Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I vacuum that rug every week. Same corner, same direction, but today the texture felt wrong under my feet, rougher, reversed. I looked down and realized it had been flipped, not rotated, flipped. The stitching showed. One edge was folded under and stuck between the fabric and the floor was a small, waxy tag I'd never seen before. It wasn't part of the rug. It had a fingerprint on it, just one, pressed in hard. My hands were shaking as I held it up to the light. The print was clear, deliberate. Someone had pressed their thumb into this material while it was soft, maybe warm. The waxy surface had preserved every ridge, every line. I knew that print. I'd seen it 1,000 times on coffee cups, car keys, the bathroom mirror after a shower. It was mine, but I'd never touched this tag before in my life. The house felt different after that discovery. Every creak in the floorboards made me pause. Every shadow seemed positioned wrong. I started paying attention to things I'd ignored for years. The way the kitchen chair was always pulled out just slightly. How the basement door never quite latched properly. The faint smell of cigarettes that lingered near the back window, even though nobody in this house had smoked in decades. I decided to call my sister. She'd lived here before me, inherited it from our aunt. Maybe she knew something about maintenance workers, previous tenants, anyone who might have had access. Her voice sounded strained when I described the tag. She was quiet for a long moment before asking if I'd found anything else unusual. The question felt loaded, like she was expecting me to say yes. When I mentioned the flipped rug, she made a small noise, almost like she was holding back something. She agreed to come over. While waiting, I searched the house methodically, under couch cushions, behind picture frames, inside old books. In the bedroom closet, wedged behind a loose baseboard, I found a small notebook. The handwriting inside was cramped, frantic. Lists of times, observations about routines. Someone had been watching this house, watching me. The entries went back months. They knew when I left for work, when I returned, which lights I turned on first. They knew I vacuumed on the same day each week. They'd noted which windows I kept unlocked, which doors I checked before bed. At the bottom of the last filled page, a single line. The rug hides more than dust. My sister arrived as the afternoon light was fading. She looked older than I remembered, worn down by something she wasn't ready to share. We sat in the living room, the overturned rug between us like evidence we were both afraid to examine. She told me about the previous tenant, a quiet man who'd rented the basement apartment for almost 2 years. He'd been polite, paid rent early, never caused problems. But after he moved out, she'd found things. Photographs hidden in the ceiling tiles. Pictures of the house, of her coming and going, of visitors she'd had. She'd thrown them away, cleaned out the apartment, tried to forget, but there had been something else. A small recording device tucked behind the water heater. When she'd played it back, she'd heard her own voice, conversations she'd had in the kitchen directly above, private phone calls, personal moments she'd thought were safe. The police had said it wasn't enough for charges. No direct threats, no stolen property. Just a man who'd been too interested in the life happening above his head. They'd noted it in their files and suggested she change the locks. But she'd never told me about any of this when I'd moved in. As she spoke, I felt the weight of months of being observed, catalogued, studied. The notebook entries made sense now. He'd never really left. Somehow he'd maintained access to this house, to my life. I showed her the waxy tag, watched her face change as she recognized the fingerprint pressed into its surface. Her eyes moved to my hands, then back to the tag, then to my face with an expression I couldn't read. She asked if I was sure the fingerprint was mine. I looked at it again, held it up to compare with my thumb. The ridges matched perfectly, every whorl, every line. But as I studied it more carefully, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The print was reversed, like a mirror image, as if it had been pressed from the other side of the material. Or as if someone had very carefully created an impression using something that already bore my print. My sister was watching me work through this realization. Her face had gone pale, and she was gripping her purse with white knuckles. She stood up abruptly, said she needed to make a phone call, and walked toward the kitchen. I heard her voice, low and urgent, but couldn't make out the words. When she returned, her demeanor had shifted. She suggested I stay somewhere else for a few nights, just until she could make some calls, check a few things. I asked her what she wasn't telling me. She sat back down, stared at the flipped rug, and finally spoke. The tenant hadn't just been watching the house. He'd been obsessed with the family, with our history. He'd researched our aunt's death, found inconsistencies in the official report. He'd believed something had happened in this house, something that had been covered up. Before he'd moved out, he'd told her he had proof. Evidence that someone in the family had been involved in something terrible and that he was going to expose it. She'd thought he was delusional, paranoid, but then he'd shown her photographs of documents, official papers that suggested our aunt's death hadn't been the accident everyone believed. The basement apartment had been empty for 3 months before I'd moved in, but the observations in the notebook were recent. Someone was still watching, still collecting evidence. She looked at me with an expression that mixed fear with something that might have been suspicion. She asked if I'd found anything else, any other evidence, any reason someone might want to frame me for something. I told her about the cigarette smell, the unlocked basement door, the feeling of being watched. But as I spoke, I realized how these details could be interpreted differently, not as signs of an intruder, but as signs of guilt. Someone who'd been accessing areas of the house they shouldn't, smoking to calm their nerves, carefully staging evidence. The waxy tag in my hands suddenly felt heavier. If someone had been building a case against me, planting evidence with my fingerprints would be the perfect foundation. But for what crime? What was I supposedly guilty of? My sister's phone rang. She answered quickly, spoke in hushed tones, then hung up with a troubled expression. She said the police wanted to speak with both of us. Someone had called in a tip about our aunt's death, provided them with new evidence that warranted reopening the investigation. As we prepared to leave for the station, I looked back at the flipped rug, at the house that had felt like home just hours earlier. Now it felt like a trap, carefully constructed around evidence I didn't understand. In the car, my sister finally asked the question I'd been dreading. She wanted to know if there was anything about our aunt's death that I'd never told anyone. Any detail I might have forgotten or chosen not to share. I started to say no, but then I remembered something. A conversation I'd had with our aunt just days before she died. She'd seemed frightened, mentioned someone who'd been asking questions about the family, digging into old records. She'd asked me to promise that if anything happened to her, I'd make sure certain documents were destroyed. I dismissed it as paranoia at the time, but I had kept that promise. After her funeral, I'd gone through her papers, found a folder marked with my name, and burned everything inside without reading it. Now, sitting in my sister's car, heading toward questions I wasn't prepared to answer, I wondered what those documents had contained, and whether someone else had copies. The police station loomed ahead, its windows reflecting the evening sky like watching eyes. My sister parked but made no move to get out. She turned to me with an expression that held years of unasked questions. She wanted to know if I thought our aunt's death had really been an accident. I told her I didn't know any more, but as we walked toward the building, I realized that the truth might not matter. Someone had been very patient, very careful, building a case that would survive scrutiny. They'd studied my routines, planted evidence with my fingerprints, and somehow orchestrated this moment where I'd be forced to explain things I didn't fully understand myself. The automatic doors slid open, and we stepped into the fluorescent-lit lobby. My reflection in the glass looked guilty already, haunted by secrets I wasn't even sure were mine. Behind us, the evening settled over the house with a flipped rug, the notebook full of observations, and whatever other evidence might still be hidden in places I'd never thought to look. Crime 2, I flicked the switch and nothing happened. I expected a burnt-out bulb, but when I climbed up to check, the bulb wasn't there at all. The socket was empty, no shattered glass, no sign it had ever been there, just a clean hole, and inside the threads had something smeared in them, greasy, dark, almost black. I checked the trash. No bulbs. I checked the cabinet, all full, so where did it go? That was the beginning, the first crack in what I thought was my understanding of everything. I was house-sitting for my neighbor, an elderly woman who had asked me to keep an eye on things while she visited her daughter. Simple enough. Water the plants, collect the mail, make sure nothing looked wrong. But that missing light bulb wouldn't leave my mind. I found myself returning to that fixture, running my finger along the dark residue in the threads. It had an oily texture, almost like motor grease, but with a metallic smell that made my stomach turn. The more I touched it, the more it seemed to spread, coating my fingertip in a film that wouldn't wash off easily. The next morning I noticed other things. The coffee maker was unplugged, though I was sure it had been connected when I first walked through the house. The kitchen window was open just a crack, letting in cold air that made the curtains flutter. Small things, things that could have explanations, but together they formed a pattern I couldn't ignore. I started paying closer attention to the details she had shared about her trip. Her daughter lived across the country, she said. They hadn't spoken in months before this visit. She seemed nervous when she mentioned it, her hands fidgeting with the house keys as she explained where everything was. I had assumed it was normal anxiety about leaving home, but now I wondered if there was something else. I began going through the house more carefully, not snooping exactly, but looking for anything that might explain the strange details. In the basement, I found boxes of old photographs, most of them showing the same woman at different stages of her life. But in several pictures, faces had been carefully cut out with scissors, clean, precise cuts. Someone had been removed from these memories with surgical precision. The photographs were dated on the back. The cut-out faces appeared to stop at a certain point, roughly 15 years ago. After that date, all the photos showed her alone. No mysterious missing people. Just her smiling at the camera, but somehow the smiles looked forced, too wide, too bright. I found a journal tucked between the photo albums. The entries were sporadic, mostly mundane observations about the weather or grocery lists, but scattered throughout were references to the visits and making sure everything stays clean. She wrote about cleaning supplies with an obsessive attention to detail, listing brands and quantities like inventory reports. One entry caught my attention. It described a process for removing stains from fabric and wood surfaces. The instructions were detailed, methodical, written in the same careful handwriting, but with an urgency that seemed to pulse through the ink. She mentioned using bleach, hydrogen peroxide, and something called enzymatic cleaners that I had never heard of before. I went back upstairs and looked at the house with new eyes. The floors were spotless, but not just clean. They were pristine in a way that suggested recent, intensive work. The baseboards showed no dust, no scuff marks, no signs of normal wear. Even the corners where dirt typically accumulated were immaculate. In the garage, I found cleaning supplies stacked in quantities that seemed excessive for a single person. Industrial-strength bleach, rubber gloves in multiple sizes, rolls of plastic sheeting, and several containers of the enzymatic cleaners mentioned in the journal. The garage itself was organized with military precision, every tool in its designated place, every surface wiped down. I started researching enzymatic cleaners online. They were used primarily for removing biological stains, blood specifically. The websites I found were clinical in their descriptions, but the implications were clear. These weren't products you bought for everyday household cleaning. The daughter she was visiting began to take on a different significance in my mind. I found a phone number written on a sticky note attached to the refrigerator labeled emergency contact. But when I called it, the number was disconnected. No forwarding information, no record of service. I searched through her mail looking for any correspondence with this mysterious daughter. Bills, advertisements, catalogs, but nothing personal. No letters, no cards, no evidence of family communication. For someone who was supposedly visiting her only child, there was remarkably little trace of that relationship. The more I looked, the more inconsistencies I found. She had told me she would be gone for 2 weeks, but I discovered a calendar in her kitchen drawer with different dates circled. The circled dates suggested a much longer absence, possibly permanent. Next to some of the dates, she had written single words: disposal, cleaning, reset. I began to suspect that there was no daughter, no visit, no innocent explanation for any of this. The missing light bulb started to make sense as part of a larger pattern. Someone had been in the house, removing evidence, cleaning up after something that had happened in that room. The greasy residue in the socket could have been from gloves, from hands that had worked quickly to eliminate traces of their presence. I found myself sleeping poorly, jumping at normal house sounds, constantly checking locks and windows. But I couldn't leave, not yet. I needed to understand what had happened here, what role I was playing in this carefully orchestrated disappearance. On the 5th night, I heard a car in the driveway, footsteps on the front porch, a key turning in the lock. She was back, earlier than expected, moving through the house with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly where everything was. I listened from upstairs as she moved through each room, checking, confirming that everything was in its proper place. When she called up to thank me for taking care of things, her voice sounded different, lighter, relieved, like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She asked if I had noticed anything unusual, if there had been any problems. I told her about the light bulb, watching her face carefully for any reaction. She smiled and said she had removed it herself before leaving, said she was worried about electrical fires while she was away. Her explanation was smooth, practiced, but her eyes never quite met mine. She had anticipated this question. She had prepared for it. I left that night, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. The methodical cleaning, the missing evidence, the careful elimination of any trace of another person's existence. I realized I had been brought in not just to house sit, but to serve as a witness, someone who could confirm that the house was normal, that nothing suspicious had happened while she was away. But I knew better now. I had seen the real story hidden in the details she thought no one would notice. The missing light bulb was just the beginning. It was the first thread in a carefully woven cover-up, and I had been chosen to help validate her version of events. I never saw her again after that night. The house went up for sale within a month, and she disappeared as completely as whoever had been erased from those photographs. Sometimes I wonder if I should have done something more, said something to someone. But who would believe a story built on missing light bulbs and overly clean floors? The truth is, I became part of her story the moment I agreed to help. And now, just like everyone else who got too close, I find myself wondering if I really saw what I think I saw, or if I'm just another person whose memory has been carefully managed, whose testimony has been shaped to serve a purpose I'll never fully understand. Crime 3, it squeaked when I sat down, louder than usual, like something shifting deep inside. I stood up, reached under the cushions, and felt something firm beneath the lining, not part of the frame. I tore open the seam and reached in. My hand brushed something wrapped in cloth. I pulled it out carefully. It was a stack of old photographs, all the same size, all the same subject, the side of my house, taken from across the street. Some of them showed movement in the window. None of it was me. The fabric felt damp between my fingers as I unwrapped the bundle completely. 47 photographs. I counted them twice. Each one showed the same angle, the same perspective, but taken during different seasons. I could tell by the light, by the leaves on the tree that partially blocked the view. Someone had been watching my house for months, maybe longer. I held each photograph up to the lamp. The quality was decent, not professional, but clear enough to make out details. In several shots, a figure moved past the living room window. The silhouette was too distant to identify, but the posture looked familiar, too familiar. The way the shoulders slumped slightly forward, the way the head tilted when looking down at something. My mouth went dry. I set the photographs on the coffee table and stared at them spread out like tarot cards revealing an unwanted future. The person in my window had my build, my height, but I lived alone. I had lived alone for 2 years. The couch creaked again as I sat back down, more carefully this time. I ran my hands along the edges of the torn seam, checking for anything else hidden inside. My fingers found something small and hard, a key, brass, old-fashioned, with a distinctive pattern carved into the head. I had never seen it before, but it felt familiar in my palm. I walked to every door in the house, trying the key in each lock. Nothing. Then I remembered the shed out back, the one that came with the property when I bought it. The previous owner had mentioned it was locked, said he had lost the key somewhere. I had never bothered to break it open. The shed door opened with a soft click. Inside, the air smelled of dust and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. I felt along the wall for a light switch, found a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. When it flickered on, I saw a small table against the far wall. On it sat an old camera, the kind that used actual film. Next to it, rolls of developed film were stacked in neat piles. I picked up one of the rolls and held it up to the light, more images of my house, but these were different, closer. Some were taken from inside my backyard, others from what looked like my neighbor's property. The progression was clear. Whoever had been taking these photographs had been getting bolder, moving closer to my windows over time. Under the camera, I found a notebook. The handwriting was cramped but legible, page after page of observations. Times I left the house, times I came back, what I wore, what I carried. Notes about my routines, my habits, my patterns. The detail was obsessive, frightening in its thoroughness. But what disturbed me most was the tone. The writing wasn't that of a stranger documenting a target. It read like someone trying to remember their own life. Comments like, "I forgot I had that shirt," and "I should clean those windows more often," were scattered throughout the entries. I flipped to the last entry, dated just 3 weeks ago. The handwriting looked different, shakier, more urgent. It read, "The memory gaps are getting worse. I found myself in the yard again this morning with no recollection of going outside. The camera was in my hands. I had taken 12 photographs of the house, my house, but I don't remember taking them. I don't remember buying this camera. I don't remember writing in this notebook." My hands trembled as I turned the page. The final entry was written in what looked like my own handwriting. "I found the photographs today. I don't know how they got inside my couch. I must have put them there, but I can't remember doing it. I can't remember taking them either. The shed key was in my pocket when I woke up this morning. I have been living in this house for 2 years. I have been watching this house for longer than that. I don't know which version of me is real." I dropped the notebook. It hit the dusty floor with a soft thud. The photographs in the house suddenly made sense in a way that made no sense at all. The figure in the window had been me, but I had no memory of being photographed. I had no memory of someone else living in my house. I had no memory of taking these pictures. I walked back to the house in a daze. The photographs were still spread across the coffee table where I had left them. I picked up one of them, the clearest shot of the figure in the window. I held it close to my face, studying every detail of the silhouette. The clothes looked like mine. The posture was definitely mine. But I had no memory of standing in that window during daylight, which was when the photograph had clearly been taken. I went to my bedroom and opened the closet. The shirt the figure was wearing in the photograph hung on a hanger in the back. I pulled it out and held it up. There was a small stain on the left sleeve that I didn't remember making. The fabric smelled faintly of the sweet, cloying odor from the shed. Sleep became impossible. I spent the next several days going through every inch of my house, looking for other signs of this other version of myself. I found more things I couldn't explain. A coffee mug in the kitchen sink that I didn't remember using. Books moved to different shelves. My bed made in a way I had never made it before. I started leaving myself notes, testing my memory. Simple things like I put the milk on the top shelf or I left my keys on the kitchen counter. But when I checked later, the milk would be on the bottom shelf, the keys in my jacket pocket. Either someone else was moving these things or I was moving them and forgetting. The photographs continued to haunt me. I studied them obsessively, looking for clues about when they were taken, trying to match them with my memories of those days. But there were too many gaps, too many blank spaces where my memory should have been. I found myself standing at the window where the figure in the photographs had stood. I tried to recreate the exact posture, the exact angle. It felt natural, comfortable, like I had stood there many times before, but I had no conscious memory of ever standing there during the day. The notebook from the shed became my constant companion. I read it over and over, trying to understand the progression of whoever had written it. The entries started confident, observational, almost scientific, but as they continued, they became more confused, more concerned. The person writing them seemed to be losing their grip on their own identity. I started my own notebook, documenting my discoveries, trying to piece together what had happened to me. But as I wrote, I found myself slipping into the same patterns as the previous entries. The same obsessive detail, the same growing confusion about what was real and what was memory. The couch still squeaks when I sit on it. I have sewn the seam back up, but I can feel that something else is hidden inside. I haven't torn it open again. I'm not sure I want to know what other secrets I have hidden from myself. I'm not sure I want to know which version of my life is the one I'm actually living. Crime 4 I didn't notice until I tried to open the cabinet and the handle slipped. The screw had been backed out. I checked the others, same thing. Doorknobs, drawers, even the pull on the fridge. All of them had been unscrewed just enough to give way under pressure. Nothing stolen, nothing moved, but each one was tampered with quietly, methodically. The only one still tight was the latch on the basement door. I haven't opened it since. The realization settled into my chest like cold water. Someone had been inside my house. Not just inside, they had taken their time. They had moved through each room with patience, touching every handle, turning every screw with deliberate precision. The kind of person who brings their own screwdriver and counts rotations. I called my neighbor first. She had been watching the house while I was away on that business trip. Her voice wavered when I described what I found. She insisted she had checked the house twice, used her key both times, never noticed anything unusual. But there was something in the way she paused before answering, a hesitation that made my skin crawl. The police officer who came by was younger than I expected. He walked through the house with me, testing each loosened handle, taking notes on a small pad. His questions felt routine at first. When had I left, who had access, had I noticed anyone unusual in the neighborhood? But when we reached the basement door, his demeanor shifted. He tried the latch himself, found it secure, then looked at me with eyes that seemed to be calculating something. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing the soft creak of settling wood, the whisper of air through vents, sounds that had never bothered me before. I found myself testing the handles again, feeling how easily they gave way, imagining the hands that had touched them. The thought of someone moving through my space while I slept somewhere else made my stomach turn. The next morning brought a phone call from my sister. She had heard about the break-in from our neighbor, who apparently mentioned it to half the street. But my sister's concern felt different, more urgent. She asked specific questions. Had anything been taken from my bedroom? Had I checked my personal papers? Was I sure nothing was missing? When I pressed her about why she was so worried, she went quiet for a long moment before suggesting I should stay somewhere else for a while. I started noticing things I had missed before. The way my toothbrush sat differently in its holder. How my coffee mug had been placed back in the cabinet at a slightly different angle. Small displacements that could have been my imagination, or evidence of someone who had tried very carefully to put everything back exactly as they found it, but not quite succeeded. The neighbor came by with a casserole and an apology. She said she felt terrible about not noticing anything, that she should have been more vigilant. But as she spoke, her eyes kept drifting toward the basement door. When I mentioned that the police officer had seemed interested in it too, she set down the casserole with shaking hands and suggested maybe some things were better left alone. I decided to do some investigating myself. I checked my laptop's browser history and found searches I hadn't made, queries about my address, property records, even old newspaper articles about the previous owners. The searches had been cleared, but not completely. Whoever had used my computer wasn't as careful about digital footprints as they were about physical ones. The previous owners had moved away suddenly, I learned from city records. The house had sat empty for months before I bought it. There had been some kind of incident, though the details were vague in the official documents. I started calling around, trying to find people who might remember what happened. An older woman who lived 3 blocks away finally gave me a piece of the puzzle. She remembered the family who had lived in my house before, a quiet couple with a teenage son. The son had been involved in some kind of trouble, she said, something that made the family pack up and leave without saying goodbye. She couldn't remember the details, but she did remember that the basement had been sealed off after whatever happened. That night I stood in front of the basement door for a long time. The latch was cold under my fingers, solid and secure. I wondered what was down there that someone wanted so badly they would risk breaking into occupied houses. I wondered if they had been watching, waiting for me to leave so they could search everywhere except the one place they really wanted to go. I tested the latch again, still tight, still locked. The phone rang, startling me. It was my neighbor calling to check on me. Her voice sounded strained, worried. She asked if I had decided what to do about the basement door. When I told her I hadn't opened it, she let out a breath that sounded almost like relief. I hung up and realized she had never mentioned the basement door to me before. The house feels different now. Every creak has meaning. Every shadow holds possibility. I find myself checking the handles compulsively, making sure they stay loose, making sure I can tell if someone has been here again. But the basement door remains untouched, its latch firm and secure, holding back whatever truth someone was so desperate to hide. Sometimes I catch myself standing at the top of the basement stairs, key in hand, wondering if I really want to know what's down there. Wondering if some secrets are meant to stay buried. Wondering if the person who loosened all those handles was trying to tell me something, or warning me away from something else entirely. The neighbor hasn't brought any more casseroles. She waves from her window but doesn't come over. The police officer never filed a report, I checked, and my sister stopped calling to ask how I'm doing. I still haven't opened the basement door, but every night I can hear something shifting down there in the darkness, and I can't tell if it's the sound of settling wood or something that should have stayed buried. Crime 5, I know exactly where each one goes, bread knife on the left, paring knife on the right. But when I went to grab one for lunch, they were out of order, not just moved, cleaned, wiped spotless like they'd never been used, except for one. The large carving knife had a faint smear on the handle, not red, brownish, dried at the edges. I smelled it, metal and something else. I put it back and washed my hands twice. My roommate had been acting strange for weeks, coming home late, showering immediately, washing clothes at odd hours. I'd attributed it to work stress, maybe a new relationship they didn't want to discuss. We'd lived together for 2 years without major issues. Separate lives under the same roof, the way urban living often demands. The kitchen had always been our neutral territory. We split groceries, took turns cleaning, maintained an unspoken order to everything. That's why the knives bothered me so much. Someone had deliberately rearranged them, cleaned them, but missed that stain. Or maybe they hadn't missed it at all. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The way the dishwasher ran multiple cycles some nights, how the garbage disposal churned longer than necessary. The faint chemical smell that lingered near the sink, masked by citrus cleaner. My roommate's fingernails, always perfectly clean now, scrubbed raw around the edges. Their phone buzzed constantly with messages they'd read but never answer while I was around. When I asked about their day, responses became shorter, more mechanical. Fine, busy, you know how it is. But I didn't know how it was. I'd never known them to be secretive before. The breakthrough came when I found the receipt. It had fallen from their jacket pocket onto the floor near the front door. Hardware store purchase, plastic sheeting, bleach, rubber gloves, drain cleaner. The date was from 3 weeks ago, around the time the strange behavior started. I photographed it before putting it back exactly where I'd found it. That evening I pretended to go to bed early but stayed awake listening. Footsteps in the kitchen, the sound of something heavy being moved across the floor, water running for a long time, then silence. When I checked the next morning, the kitchen was immaculate, too clean, the kind of clean that makes you suspicious rather than grateful. I began documenting everything. The times they left and returned, the unusual purchases I noticed, the way they'd jump when I entered a room unexpectedly, how they'd started wearing long sleeves even during warm weather, small scratches on their arms that they claimed came from gardening, though we had no garden. The police report was filed 3 days later, a missing person case from across town. Someone who'd been last seen leaving work, walking to their car in an empty parking garage. No witnesses, no surveillance footage from the right angle. The kind of disappearance that happens more often than people realize, where someone simply vanishes between one moment and the next. I read the report online, studying the photograph of the missing person. They looked familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen them. Something about the eyes, the smile. Then I remembered my roommate showing me photos from a dating app months ago, asking my opinion about potential matches. This face had been among them. The realization settled over me slowly, like cold water rising. I found myself checking locks twice, listening for footsteps that weren't there, jumping at shadows. My roommates seemed calmer now, more like their old self. They'd even started cooking again, humming while they worked in the kitchen, using those perfectly clean knives with casual familiarity. I wanted to be wrong, needed to be wrong, so I began looking for evidence that would disprove my growing suspicions. Alternative explanations for the strange behavior, the purchases, the timing. But every new detail I uncovered only strengthened the terrible possibility that had taken root in my mind. The missing person's car was found a week later in a river 20 miles away. No body inside. The interior had been thoroughly cleaned with industrial-strength chemicals. Police called it a probable suicide, though they admitted the evidence was inconclusive. Case closed, file archived, family left to wonder. My roommate suggested we get takeout that night to celebrate their recent promotion at work. We sat at our small dining table, eating with the knives they'd cleaned so carefully. They seemed genuinely happy, talking about future plans, weekend trips, maybe getting a pet. Normal conversation with someone who might not be normal at all. I find myself watching them differently now. The way they handle sharp objects with practiced confidence, how they remember exactly where everything belongs, the ease with which they maintain that spotless kitchen, as if cleanliness had become a compulsion rather than a choice. Sometimes I catch them staring at me with an expression I can't quite read, calculating maybe, or concerned, as if they're wondering what I know, what I've figured out, what I might do with my suspicions. We maintain our polite roommate dynamic, but there's something else underneath now, a tension that wasn't there before. The knife block still bothers me, not because of the rearrangement, but because of how perfectly organized it is now. How my roommate always knows exactly which knife to reach for without looking. How they clean them immediately after use, never leaving any trace of what they've cut. I've started eating out more often, making excuses to avoid the kitchen when they're cooking, but I can't avoid them forever. We share this space, this life, these routines. And somewhere between the bleach smell and the perfect cleanliness and the missing person who might have sat at this same table, I've realized that knowing something and proving it are entirely different problems. The truth sits between us like an unspoken agreement. They know that I know that they know I know, but neither of us can say it out loud because once those words are spoken, everything changes. The careful balance we've maintained, the plausible deniability, the normal life we're both pretending to live. So we continue this dance of suspicion and denial. I document details I'll probably never use. They maintain the facade of innocence that's wearing thinner each day. And somewhere in the space between truth and proof, between knowing and acting, we've become something neither of us intended to be. The knife block remains perfectly arranged, each blade in its designated place, clean and ready for use, just the way they like it. Crime 6, I went to hang my coat and saw the rod sagging slightly in the middle. That closet holds nothing heavy, just a few jackets. I pushed the hangers aside and saw the metal bowed downward like something had hung there far too long. Above it, on the top shelf, a shoebox had shifted and behind it a gap, small but wide enough to fit a hand through. I reached in and touched fabric. It was still warm. The fabric felt like cotton, soft and recently worn. My fingers traced along what seemed to be a sleeve, then a collar. I pulled it forward and found myself holding a shirt I'd never seen before. Light blue, size medium, with a small tear near the left shoulder. The smell hit me then, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar. A cologne I didn't recognize mixed with something else, something metallic. I set the shirt on my bed and went back to the closet. The gap behind the shoebox was deeper than I'd thought. My hand found more items, a leather wallet, empty except for a single business card with no name, just a phone number written in blue ink. Below that, a small recording device, the kind journalists use. The red light blinked once when I touched it. The device was still recording. I pressed stop and rewound to the beginning. Static filled my bedroom, then a voice I almost recognized. A woman speaking quietly as if she didn't want to be heard. She was reading numbers, coordinates, maybe, or measurements. Her voice had a tremor to it, like she was cold or frightened. Then another voice, deeper, interrupting her. Male. He asked her to repeat something, but the words were muffled. I played it again. This time I caught fragments. The woman mentioned a basement, then something about boxes. The man's voice got clearer toward the end. He said a name I couldn't quite make out, followed by what sounded like an address. But the recording cut off before I could be sure. The business card felt heavy in my palm. The paper was expensive, thick stock, but yellowed at the edges. I dialed the number. It rang twice before connecting to a voicemail with no greeting, just a beep. I hung up without leaving a message. That afternoon, I found myself walking through the building, looking at doors I'd passed countless times before. The elevator made different sounds than I remembered. On the 4th floor, I noticed scuff marks on the carpet near the emergency exit, fresh ones. The door itself was slightly ajar, which wasn't normal. Building policy required all emergency exits to remain closed and locked from the inside. I pushed it open and found myself in a stairwell I'd never used. The air was colder here, and there was that same metallic smell from the shirt. Taped to the wall, about shoulder height, was a small piece of paper with a phone number written in the same blue ink as the business card. But this number was different. When I got back to my apartment, I called the second number. This time, someone answered. "You found it." The voice was the same woman from the recording, but now she sounded tired, defeated. I wondered when someone would. I asked her who she was, what the recording meant, why these things were hidden in my closet. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she told me to meet her at the coffee shop on the ground floor. She'd be wearing a red scarf. She wasn't what I expected. Middle-aged, with careful eyes that seemed to catalog everything around her. Her hands shook slightly as she stirred her coffee, though the cup was still full when she set it down. "He lived in your place before you," she said without introduction. "My brother. He recorded everything toward the end, said people were following him, watching his building. I thought it was paranoia, but then he disappeared." She pulled out a manila folder filled with photographs. The first few showed my apartment, but with different furniture, different life. A man's life. In one photo, he was standing exactly where I'd found the hidden items, pointing at something behind the camera. His expression was serious, almost urgent. "The recording you found isn't the only one," she continued. "He hid dozens of them throughout the building, some in vents, others taped under staircases. He was documenting something, but I never understood what." The photographs showed other locations in the building. The emergency stairwell where I'd found the paper, the basement laundry room, even the mailbox area. In each photo, her brother had marked small X's on walls or fixtures, like he was mapping something. "After he vanished, I kept getting calls from his number," she said. just breathing, sometimes whispers. The police said the phone was probably stolen, but the calls kept coming from places he'd photographed, like someone was following his trail. I asked why she hadn't searched my apartment herself, why she'd left everything hidden. She looked at her untouched coffee and said she'd tried multiple times, but each time she got close to the building, she'd see someone watching from the windows, someone who shouldn't have been there. That evening I played the recording again. This time I focused on the background sounds. There was a rhythm to them, like machinery or ventilation. I realized I'd heard that same sound before in the basement near the storage units. The building's old heating system cycled with exactly that pattern. I went downstairs with a flashlight. The basement was darker than I remembered, and several of the overhead bulbs had burned out. The storage units were arranged in rows, each one secured with identical padlocks, except one. Unit 47 stood slightly open, its lock nowhere to be seen. Inside, I found boxes labeled with dates going back several months. Each box contained photographs, documents, and small recording devices. The photographs showed people entering and leaving the building, but always focused on one particular individual. A man in a gray coat who appeared in dozens of shots, always carrying the same briefcase, always looking over his shoulder. The documents were more disturbing. Lease agreements for apartments that didn't exist, maintenance reports for repairs that were never made, invoices for security services the building management had never authorized. Everything was signed with different names, but the handwriting was identical. At the bottom of the last box, I found a tape recorder with a note attached. If you're reading this, then I'm probably gone. The man in the gray coat isn't who he claims to be. Check the lease agreements for Unit 23. That apartment was supposed to be empty. Unit 23 was directly above mine. I climbed the stairs slowly, listening for any sound from above. The hallway was silent, but when I pressed my ear to the door of Unit 23, I could hear something. Not voices, but movement. Careful, deliberate movement, like someone trying not to be heard. The next morning, I called the building manager. I asked about Unit 23, whether it was currently occupied. She checked her records and confirmed it had been vacant for over a year. No lease, no tenant, no authorized access. But when I mentioned hearing sounds from above, she got quiet. There have been complaints, she finally admitted. Other tenants reporting footsteps, doors closing. We've investigated multiple times, but the unit is always empty when we check. She agreed to meet me that afternoon with a master key. When we opened the door to Unit 23, we found it wasn't empty at all. It was furnished like an office, with filing cabinets, multiple phones, and a wall covered in photographs. Not random photographs, specific ones. Pictures of every tenant in the building, including several of me entering and leaving my apartment. The building manager stared at the wall in silence. Then she pointed to a desk where multiple lease agreements were spread out. All of them were for my apartment, but with different names and dates. Some showed lease terms that hadn't expired yet. Others were dated months into the future. "I didn't sign these," she whispered. "But that's my signature." In the desk drawer, we found a key to my apartment and copies of keys to every unit in the building. There were also detailed floor plans with notations about each tenant's schedule, their work patterns, when they were most likely to be home or away. The woman in the red scarf was right. Her brother had been documenting something, but he'd discovered more than just suspicious behavior. He'd found evidence of someone systematically infiltrating the building, creating false identities, forging documents, and monitoring every resident. We called the police, but by the time they arrived, someone had cleaned out Unit 23. The photographs were gone, the files removed, even the furniture had been taken. Only the wall remained, covered with small holes where dozens of pushpins had been removed. The detective assigned to the case was thorough but skeptical. Without the physical evidence, there was little to investigate. The building manager's signature on the fake leases could have been forged, but proving it would require handwriting analysis and document examination that might take months. Meanwhile, I was left with questions that kept multiplying. Who was the man in the gray coat and where had he gone? How long had he been operating from Unit 23? Most importantly, what had he wanted with the building's residents? I kept the recording device and played it obsessively, trying to decode every whisper and background sound. Sometimes I thought I heard my own voice in the static, as if conversations from my apartment had somehow been captured, but that was impossible. The device had been hidden in my closet, not set up for surveillance. The sister stopped calling after the police visit. When I tried reaching her, the number was disconnected. The coffee shop employee remembered her but said she'd only been there once and she'd seemed nervous, like she was waiting for someone who never showed up. I moved out of that apartment within the month, but I still think about the bent closet rod and the warm fabric I'd found behind the shoebox. Someone had been in my home, using my space, hiding their traces in places I'd never think to look. The most unsettling part wasn't what I'd discovered, it was wondering what I'd never found. Crime 7, it was barely noticeable, a sliver of daylight under the frame. I tugged the chain and heard the rattle of the mechanism trying to resist. It had been disengaged. I knelt and looked underneath. There were scrape marks on the concrete, like something heavy had been pulled out or in. I opened it fully. Everything inside looked untouched, but the air smelled faintly of fuel, and something was missing from the tool bench. I just can't tell what. The house had been empty for weeks. The neighbor called me after seeing my truck in the driveway. She thought someone was breaking in. I explained I was handling the estate, that the family had asked me to check on things while they sorted through the legal mess. She nodded, but her eyes lingered on my hands as I fumbled with the keys. They were shaking slightly. I told myself it was the cold. Inside, dust particles danced in the afternoon light streaming through unwashed windows. The living room felt frozen in time. Magazines still fanned across the coffee table, a coffee cup with a brown ring staining the bottom. The cushions on the couch held impressions, as if someone had just stood up and walked away, but it had been weeks since anyone lived here. I walked through each room methodically, checking for signs of forced entry damage, anything the insurance company would need to know about. The bedroom was pristine except for the bed, unmade, sheets twisted like someone had struggled with sleep, or struggled with something else. In the bathroom, prescription bottles lined the medicine cabinet, names I recognized, doses that seemed too high for someone who claimed to be getting better. The kitchen is where I found the first real inconsistency. The back door was locked from the inside, chain engaged, but the wood around the frame showed fresh scratches, tiny splinters on the linoleum. Someone had forced their way in, but then carefully locked up again. On the counter, a grocery receipt dated 3 days after the house was supposed to be empty. Milk, bread, cleaning supplies, the kind of bleach that removes organic stains. I photographed everything, but the camera felt heavy in my hands. Each click echoed through the silence. The flash illuminated corners that seemed darker than they should be. In one photo, I noticed something I had missed, a dark stain on the kitchen tile, partially hidden under the edge of the refrigerator. It looked like someone had tried to clean it, but couldn't reach that one spot. The basement stairs creaked under my weight. Down there, the smell of fuel was stronger. Old paint cans lined the shelves, but they were arranged too neatly, like someone had recently organized them. Behind the water heater, I found what was missing from the garage, a crowbar, still slightly warm to the touch despite the cold basement air. Rust-colored residue clung to the curved end. Back upstairs, I called the family's lawyer. His secretary said he was in court, would call back later. I mentioned finding some irregularities, but she cut me short, said the family just wanted everything wrapped up quickly, no complications. When I pressed for details about who else might have access to the house, the line went quiet for a long moment. Then she told me to focus on the insurance assessment and nothing else. That evening I went through the photos on my computer. In the bedroom shots, I noticed the closet door was ajar. I zoomed in and saw clothes pushed to one side, revealing a dark space behind them. Something was back there, a shape I couldn't quite make out in the shadows. I enhanced the image, adjusted the contrast. It looked like a bundle of fabric, or maybe it was nothing at all. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the prescription bottles, the dates on the labels. The last refill was picked up after the official date of death. Either someone made a mistake, or someone was still using that bathroom long after they were supposed to be gone. The next morning I returned to take measurements for the insurance report. The neighbor was in her yard, pretending to tend to her roses while watching me. When I waved, she looked away quickly. I wondered what she had seen that she wasn't telling me, what she might have heard on nights when the house was supposed to be empty. Inside, the atmosphere felt different, heavier. The coffee cup in the living room had been moved just slightly, but enough to notice. The ring stain was in a different position relative to the magazines. Someone had been here since yesterday, someone with their own key. In the closet, I pushed aside the hanging clothes and found what I had seen in the photograph. Not fabric, plastic sheeting, folded and stacked with military precision. The kind contractors use, but too clean for renovation work. Each sheet still had creases from the packaging. Recently purchased, never used, or maybe used and replaced. The lawyer finally called back while I stood in that closet, plastic in my hands. His voice sounded strained when I described what I was finding. He asked if I had shared any of this information with anyone else. When I said no, he seemed relieved, too relieved. He told me to finish the assessment quickly and submit only what was necessary for the insurance claim, nothing about inconsistencies or irregularities. After hanging up, I sat in my truck in the driveway, staring at the house. The neighbor had gone inside, but I could see her silhouette in the window, still watching. The garage door was closed now, but I remembered those scrape marks on the concrete. Something had been moved, but I was starting to suspect it wasn't moved out. It was moved deeper in. I thought about the family who hired me, how eager they were to settle everything quickly, how they avoided certain questions about the final weeks, the prescription medications with dates that didn't align, the cleaning supplies purchased after the house was empty, the plastic sheeting, pristine and waiting. The engine started on the third try, the way it always did when I was nervous. As I backed out of the driveway, I looked once more at the house. A curtain moved in an upstairs window, just a flutter, like someone stepping away from the glass. But the house was supposed to be empty, had been empty for weeks. I drove away with more questions than answers, carrying the weight of things I couldn't prove but couldn't ignore. Sometimes the truth isn't about what you find, it's about what you're not supposed to find. And sometimes the people who hire you to look are the same ones hoping you won't look too carefully. The insurance report I submitted was clean, professional, unremarkable. No mention of inconsistencies or suspicious findings, just the facts they wanted to hear. But late at night, I still think about that house, about the sounds a neighbor might hear from an empty building, about prescriptions filled by ghosts. Some investigations end with justice. Others end with checks in the mail and doors that lock behind you. sealing away truths that certain people prefer to keep buried. I cashed the check, but I never forgot the smell of fuel in that garage, or the weight of that crowbar in my hands, still warm after all this time. Crime 8, I was looking for tape in the junk drawer when I noticed I could see the floor beneath it. The bottom panel was missing. It didn't fall, it had been removed cleanly and set aside inside the cabinet. Under the drawer was a bundle wrapped in plastic, stuffed into the empty space. I pulled it out. Inside were cutouts from newspapers, headlines blacked out with marker, and at the center of the bundle was a photo of my front door. The photo was taken from across the street. My car was in the driveway, the same position I parked it every day after work. The angle suggested someone had been watching for a while, waiting for the right moment when the lighting would show every detail of my porch, my house number, the pattern of my curtains. I turned the photo over. Nothing. No date, no writing, just the sticky residue where it had been attached to something else. I spread the newspaper clippings across my kitchen table. Most were from the local paper, but some came from publications I didn't recognize. The headlines were completely obscured by thick black marker strokes, methodical and deliberate. Only fragments of text remained visible beneath the ink. Words like investigation, missing, and family emerged from the darkness. One clipping showed a woman's face, her smile frozen in what looked like a school portrait or work photo. The caption was blacked out too, but her eyes seemed familiar in a way that made my chest tighten. I had lived in this house for 3 years. The previous owner, an elderly woman, had moved to assisted living. Her family handled the sale. I never met her, never learned her name. The realtor mentioned she had lived here for decades, that she was reluctant to leave but couldn't manage the stairs anymore. The house came furnished with basics, kitchen table, some chairs, the bedroom dresser where I found the bundle. I assumed the junk drawer contents were mine, accumulated over time. Now I wasn't sure what belonged to whom. The plastic wrapping smelled like basement air and old paper. I examined it under the kitchen light. It wasn't a garbage bag, too thick, too deliberate, more like the kind of protective covering someone uses for important documents. The corners were folded with precision, sealed with tape that had yellowed but held firm. This wasn't hastily hidden. Someone had taken time to preserve these items to keep them safe and accessible. I called the realtor who sold me the house. Her voice was professional but distant. She remembered the sale but couldn't provide details about the previous owner without permission. I explained about finding the bundle, suggested it might be important family photos or documents that were accidentally left behind. She promised to make some calls. While I waited, I studied the clippings more carefully. The dates were visible on some. They spanned several months, maybe longer. The paper quality varied. Some felt recent, others had the brittle texture of older newsprint. I held them up to the light, trying to read through the marker. Occasionally a word would emerge: investigation, search, neighborhood. My hands started to shake as I arranged them chronologically. The woman in the photograph looked younger than I first thought. Her hair was styled in a way that seemed dated but not ancient. Maybe 10 years old, maybe 15. Her expression was optimistic, the kind of smile people wear for official photos, driver's license, employee ID, school yearbook. I stared at her face until my eyes watered. The familiarity nagged at me like a word on the tip of my tongue. The realtor called back. The previous owner had passed away 2 months after moving to assisted living. Natural causes, according to her daughter, who lived several states away. The daughter was settling the estate remotely and had no interest in returning for forgotten items. She told the realtor to dispose of anything left in the house, but this wasn't forgotten. This was hidden. I returned to the drawer, removing it completely from its frame. The space beneath was larger than I expected, running almost the full width of the cabinet. Someone had modified the structure, creating a secret compartment. The edges were sanded smooth, stained to match the original wood. This wasn't amateur work. Someone had spent considerable time and effort to make this hiding place invisible. I found myself walking through the house differently, looking for other modifications. The basement had a workshop area with tools still hanging on pegboards, woodworking tools precise and well maintained. A thin layer of dust suggested they hadn't been used recently, but they were quality instruments, the kind someone would use for detailed carpentry work, like removing and replacing drawer bottoms. The next day I drove through the neighborhood with new eyes. I counted how many houses had clear views of my front door. 7, maybe 8, depending on the angle. I parked across the street in the spot where the photo must have been taken. My house looked exposed from this vantage point, vulnerable. The living room windows revealed the interior when lights were on. Anyone could watch my routine, learn my patterns. That evening I spread the clippings across my living room floor, creating a timeline. The articles seemed to follow a sequence: initial reports, follow-up investigations, community responses. But without the headlines, I could only guess at the actual story. The fragments painted an incomplete picture of something that had happened to someone, somewhere. The woman in the photo was central to it all, her image appearing in multiple clippings. I started visiting the library, searching newspaper archives. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly, but I hoped to match the clippings to original articles. The librarian was helpful but cautious. She couldn't provide access to certain databases without specific information, dates, names, locations. I had fragments and suspicions. That wasn't enough. The photograph bothered me most. The angle, the timing, the deliberate focus on my specific house. Someone had stood on the street, possibly for extended periods, watching and waiting. The previous owner had kept this photo, along with the mysterious clippings, in a carefully constructed hiding place. The connection felt personal, urgent, like a message I wasn't smart enough to decode. I began noticing things I had missed before. Scratches on the front door that didn't match normal wear patterns. A section of the fence that had been repaired with slightly different materials. The mailbox positioned at an odd angle, as if it had been moved and replaced. Small details that individually meant nothing, but together suggested a history I didn't understand. The woman's face haunted my dreams. I would wake up convinced I had seen her before, maybe in the neighborhood, maybe in passing. But the memory would dissolve before I could grasp it. During the day, I found myself studying the faces of strangers, looking for resemblances, connections, anything that would make the pieces fit together. I returned to the drawer obsessively, measuring the dimensions, checking for additional compartments. I found nothing else, but the emptiness felt significant, like something else had been removed recently by someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. The bundle I found might have been what remained after the important items were taken. The realtor stopped returning my calls. The daughter who inherited the house couldn't be reached through the contact information I had. I was alone with my questions and a growing certainty that I was living in the center of someone else's unfinished story. The previous owner had been watching, collecting, preserving evidence of something that mattered enough to hide, but not enough to resolve. I still have the photo, I still have the clippings. Sometimes I catch myself standing at the front window, wondering if someone is watching from across the street. Wondering if the cycle is continuing, if my face will someday appear in a carefully hidden bundle, evidence of something I don't yet understand. The drawer has a new bottom now, but it doesn't feel like closure. It feels like I'm participating in something larger, something that began before I arrived and will continue after I leave. The woman in the photograph is still smiling, still looking directly at the camera with that optimistic expression. But now I wonder if she knew she was being watched, if she suspected her image would become part of someone else's collection. if she ever found her own mysterious bundle and tried to piece together the fragments of a story that was never meant to be complete. Crime 9, I was brushing lint off my shirt when I caught it, a shape behind me. Quick, just at the edge of the frame, I turned, nothing. I checked the mirror again, still nothing. But on the glass near the corner were 3 smudges, fingerprints, small, angled downward like someone had leaned in from behind me and pressed their hand flat. I wiped the mirror. The smudges came off. I left the room. When I came back later, they were back, and there were 4. That's when I started paying attention to things I'd dismissed before. The way my neighbor's curtains twitched when I pulled into my driveway. The fact that my spare key had moved from under the 3rd planter to under the 2nd. The sound of footsteps above me when I lived on the top floor. I began documenting everything. Photographs of the mirror, measurements of the fingerprints, logs of when they appeared. The prints were consistent, always the same size, always the same angle. Too small for my hands, too deliberate to be accidental. I dusted them for clarity and found ridge patterns that didn't match anyone I knew, but they matched something else. The police report I'd filed months earlier about the break-in that never happened. The one where nothing was stolen, nothing was damaged, but something felt wrong. The detective had been polite but dismissive. No forced entry, no missing items, no evidence of disturbance. Just my word that someone had been inside while I was away. I'd found a single hair on my pillow that wasn't mine, dark, curly, shorter than my own. The detective had bagged it, labeled it, and I never heard about it again. I called the station. The detective had transferred to another department. The case file was archived. The evidence had been destroyed after the standard retention period. But I remembered that hair, and I remembered the way it felt between my fingers. Coarse, recently washed, with a faint smell of vanilla shampoo. The same smell I'd been catching in my apartment lately. Subtle, just a trace when I walked through certain rooms. The bathroom mirror wasn't the only place I found prints. They were on my refrigerator handle, my bedroom window, the inside of my medicine cabinet. Always small, always careful, always in places where someone would have to be looking for something specific. I installed a camera. The footage showed nothing during the day, but at night there were gaps. Moments where the timestamp jumped forward by minutes, sometimes hours. Someone was editing the feed or the camera was malfunctioning. I bought a second camera, then a third. The same gaps appeared, always synchronized, always clean. My landlord mentioned that the previous tenant had complained about similar issues. Strange sounds, missing items, the feeling of being watched. She'd moved out suddenly, leaving most of her furniture behind. The landlord had assumed she'd been unstable, paranoid, but he'd kept her forwarding address, and when I called, she answered on the first ring. Her voice was steady, controlled. She'd been waiting for someone to call. She'd experienced everything I was describing and more. The fingerprints, the smells, the gaps in security footage, but she'd also seen the person. A woman, average height, dark hair, always wearing clothes that looked like they belonged to someone else. She'd been living in the walls. Not metaphorically. The building was old, with spaces between the units that someone small and determined could navigate. The woman had been there for years, moving between apartments, taking small items, leaving traces, watching residents through holes she'd carefully drilled in strategic locations. The previous tenant had found the holes behind picture frames, inside closets, near ceiling fixtures. I started looking. Behind my bathroom mirror, I found a hole the size of a quarter, covered with a piece of tape that blended with the wall. Behind my bedroom dresser, another hole. In my kitchen, near the window, a third. Each one offered a perfect view of the rooms where I spent most of my time. The edges were smooth, professional, like they'd been made with proper tools over an extended period. I confronted my landlord. He'd known about the previous tenant's complaints, but had dismissed them as delusions. He'd never investigated, never checked the walls, never considered that someone might actually be living in the spaces between units. When I showed him the holes, his face changed, not surprise, recognition. He'd seen these before in other properties and other buildings he managed, but fixing them would require major construction, and acknowledging them would invite lawsuits. The police were more interested this time. They brought dogs, cameras, equipment to check the walls. They found more holes, evidence of habitation, makeshift living spaces in areas that should have been empty. But they didn't find the woman. The spaces were clean, recently abandoned, like she'd known they were coming. I moved out within the week. New apartment, new building, new locks. But the mirror in my new bathroom started showing fingerprints within a month. Small, angled downward, always in the same pattern. I checked the walls, found fresh holes perfectly placed, professionally concealed. The vanilla smell returned, faint but persistent. The woman who answered my old landlord's emergency line told me she'd been getting calls from other tenants in other buildings. Similar complaints, similar evidence, same description of the woman with dark hair who wore clothes that didn't fit. She'd been tracking the pattern for months, trying to understand how someone could move so seamlessly between properties, how they could know exactly where to hide, how to avoid detection. I started carrying a small recorder. Not for evidence, the police had enough of that, but to document the sound of my own breathing, my own footsteps, my own voice. Because sometimes when I played back the recordings, there were other sounds underneath mine. Breathing that wasn't quite synchronized with my own, footsteps that fell just slightly off beat, the faint whisper of fabric against skin. The woman in the walls was still there, had always been there, would always be there. She wasn't just watching anymore. She was learning, adapting, becoming better at being invisible. And I was helping her by being predictable, by following routines, by believing that locks and cameras and police reports could protect me from someone who had made invisibility into an art form. I found a photograph in my desk drawer that I'd never seen before. Me sleeping, taken from an angle that suggested the camera had been inside my room. On the back, written in careful handwriting, was a single word, soon. I don't know if it was a threat or a promise. I don't know if she's planning to reveal herself or if she's planning to make me disappear the way she had. The fingerprints on my mirror now number in the dozens. Some are fresh, some are smudged, some appear to be layered over older prints. They're not random anymore, they form patterns, shapes, messages I can't quite decode. And sometimes when the light hits the glass just right, I can see the outline of a face reflected behind my own, watching, waiting, deciding whether I'm worth keeping around or if it's time to find a new place to hide. Story 10. The old Polaroid held secrets long forgotten, memories frozen in time. Among the smiling faces and flickering candles, there lurked a mystery, a shadowy figure, a man unknown to the family, gradually drawing closer with each snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the box of memories while clearing out her mother's attic after the funeral. A simple label, Memories, adorned the cardboard box that housed faded photographs from her childhood. What should have brought comfort instead unveiled a chilling reality. In the first photo, he was a mere silhouette on the edge, barely noticeable during her 7th birthday celebration. As Sarah flipped through the images, the figure moved closer, lurking in the background, unnoticed by all but her. Concerned, she reached out to her father, who was puzzled by the mysterious presence in the photos. Detective Marcus Reed took on the case, his weathered hands handling the evidence with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. The shadowy figure's progression through the pictures raised alarm bells. No one could identify the man, and facial recognition technology failed to unmask him. But as more photos surfaced from different gatherings and years, a pattern emerged. The figure was a constant, a hidden specter haunting the family's memories. Enhanced images revealed clues: a scar, a ring, a reflection. Dental records provided the breakthrough, linking the figure to Robert Keller, a long-missing maintenance worker with a dark past. Keller's connection to the disappearances of children in the region sent shivers down Sarah's spine. Authorities uncovered buried items at Keller's former residence, tying him to the missing children. The truth behind the shadowy figure in the photos was a chilling revelation, connecting decades-old unsolved cases in a web of horror. Alone in her apartment, Sarah pondered the photos that had unraveled the hidden terrors of the past. The news of identified remains brought closure to some families, but opened old wounds for others. The shadow in the family photos had finally been exposed, his presence acknowledged after years of secrecy. As Sarah placed the photos back in the box, she knew they held more than just memories. They were a testament to the unseen dangers that lurk within the captured moments of celebration, a reminder that some shadows are best left undisturbed in the depths of time's embrace. Story 11. The real estate listing had omitted any mention of a basement. The blueprints, upon inspection, revealed no trace of it. Yet, as the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door was unveiled, a door adorned with a heavy, rusted handle. It took the combined effort of three to pry it ajar. A musty breath of air greeted them, carrying with it the earthy scent of dampness. Descending steps disappeared into the darkness below. Expecting to find a storage space, they were instead met with a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a chilling array of framed photographs depicting them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban dwelling amidst winter's early darkness, where the skeletal trees of the neighborhood stood stark against the cold sky. The aged, two-story home with its weathered exterior and creaking floors had appealed to them for its perceived character and history. Little did they suspect the depth of history contained within its walls, and how tumultuously it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property alongside her partner, finding the crime scene unit already at work, cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. The distress call had originated from Mrs. Mercer, her voice quivering as she recounted the unsettling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before further exploration," Connors directed, methodically donning latex gloves. The camera's flashes punctuated the darkness of the stairwell as the forensic team documented the scene. The wooden stairs groaned beneath their weight. The basement, small in size akin to a standard bedroom, featured concrete walls painted a somber gray. Centered in the space was a solitary chair, firmly affixed to the floor. Above it, the bare bulb cast sharp shadows, its glow swaying gently in an imperceptible current. However, it was the line of photographs that demanded attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in a chronological sequence. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the reverse of the prints. "Look at this one: Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms." Despite an exhaustive investigation, no evidence of forced entry emerged: no shattered windows, no tampered locks. The security system had remained dormant. Nothing was stolen, only privacy and the sense of security stripped away. Forensic analysis revealed multiple fingerprints within the basement, predominantly belonging to prior owners of the residence. Records disclosed a pattern of frequent turnover, with 6 families selling the property within a decade, each staying for diminishing durations before parting ways. None had mentioned the existence of a basement. "We must interview every previous owner," Connors instructed, flipping through her notepad. The case took a disquieting turn as the investigators delved into the property's past. Discrepancies surfaced in the records, blueprints altered between transactions, permits submitted then retracted, inspection reports with redacted sections. A breakthrough emerged during the interrogation of the contractor who had overseen renovations 7 years prior. His complexion paled upon viewing photos of the basement. "That chamber is non-existent," he asserted, his hands trembling. "I stripped that area down to the bare foundation. There was no basement, no door. Nothing beneath the living room but soil and concrete." Extraction of data from a concealed memory card within the light fixture unveiled a trove of additional images, not solely of the Mercers but of former families, children slumbering, parents in dispute, intimate instances, mundane routines, all captured by an unauthorized presence. The investigation took a darker turn upon the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box clandestinely buried in the basement's corner. Recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living area. Despite an extensive search, no hidden microphones were located. "We must tear down every wall," Connors urged, her voice taut with urgency. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The individual behind this has surveilled these families for an extensive period." Concealed behind the photograph wall, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passageway leading to a compact monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages teeming with meticulous notes on each family that had inhabited the home, their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their weaknesses. The handwriting correlated with samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Reports indicated his demise during the construction phase, an assertion that grew dubious as the inquiry unfolded. No official record of his passing existed. No funeral arrangements were documented. Edward Kelvin had seemingly vanished from public records. The journal's final entries grew increasingly erratic. Phrases such as "they never looked below" and "they never perceived me" recurred. The ultimate page held a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Analysis of fingerprints corroborated the investigators' suspicions. Edward Kelvin had never departed from the house he had crafted. He had retreated into its concealed recesses, erecting a maze of surveillance points from which to observe the families who believed themselves solitary inhabitants. The pursuit persisted for 3 days. Kelvin was discovered curled within a crawl space between the second-floor chambers, his physique emaciated and sinewy, acclimated to traversing the narrow corridors he had fabricated within the walls. His eyes blinked against the thrust of flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his personal drama. He described monitoring them with the detached demeanor of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He had refrained from physical contact, theft, or overt intrusion into their lives. He had merely observed, recorded, documented. "They welcomed me in," he articulated to the investigators, his tone soft and rational. "They signed the contracts. They became mine." A psychological assessment diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, perceiving himself as the guardian of the residents rather than an intruder. The families were transient guests in what he perceived as his eternal abode. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like their predecessors, they abandoned their possessions, departing solely with what they could carry in suitcases. The dwelling remained vacant as the case navigated the judicial system. The trial illuminated the vast expanse of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, surveillance points integrated into the house's framework, meticulously planned before the initial brick was laid. The house had been devised from inception as an observatory, its occupants unwitting subjects in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Upon the jury's pronouncement, Kelvin exhibited no reaction. He had already withdrawn into the architecture of his psyche, where he could glide unseen through the passages of the house that now existed merely in memory. The property was ultimately razed, its subterranean depths excavated and filled. Nevertheless, for those who had dwelt within, the violation endured. They were haunted not by what had been extracted from them, but by what had lurked unbeknownst, watching, listening, recording their most intimate moments from within the walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. At times, in hushed interludes, they found themselves glancing upward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were genuinely solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 12, The Enigmatic Intruder. She stood in front of the mirror, a veil of steam clearing to reveal her own reflection. Everything seemed ordinary, yet a subtle unease crept into her mind. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire familiar, but a disquieting sensation lingered. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing her. This was the moment that marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's mysterious tale. What transpired next would bewilder investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment within a serene suburban enclave, leading a solitary existence. Known to be meticulous and reserved, she maintained a polite distance from others while remaining amicable with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm shaped her life with routines and exactitude. There was nothing in her demeanor to suggest that she would soon find herself at the heart of one of the most enigmatic criminal investigations of the era. Initially, the disturbances seemed trivial. Objects in Rebecca's abode were subtly shifted, no items missing, merely rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She dismissed these anomalies as lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her vision. Detective Marion Shaw was notified when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these peculiar incidents, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial evaluation yielded no evidence of a crime. It appeared to be a matter more suited for mental health services than police intervention. Shaw documented the complaint but relegated it to the stack of non-urgent cases. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing possessions, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the event vividly, the unsettling sensation of her reflection moving independently, the constant feeling of being observed even in solitude. This time she presented proof, footage from a security camera she had personally installed, aimed at her front door. The video unveiled a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy footage depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an identical figure using a key to enter her apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic analysts scrutinized the recording for signs of manipulation, but found none. The intruder mirrored Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, timestamps from her workplace security system confirmed that Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We are dealing with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny precision." The investigation escalated as fingerprints throughout the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, and no foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors reported nothing amiss, only witnessing Rebecca's routine comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter with Rebecca one evening when her greeting was met with silence, an anomaly she found noteworthy but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances, noting an increase in minor alterations within her dwelling. Food vanished from her refrigerator, unremembered meals appeared. Her computer displayed searches she did not conduct, and unsettlingly her phone contained selfies that resembled her yet were taken without her recollection. In some photos her expression seemed subtly awry, her smile too wide or her gaze too intense. "I feel as though I am losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting, "or perhaps someone seeks to make me believe so." The breakthrough occurred when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "An individual with an intimate knowledge of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is no random occurrence. It is a meticulously targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, possibly aiming to supplant her entirely. Such cases were rare but documented in psychological studies. The perpetrator often experienced a psychological fracture and fixated on a victim who embodied qualities they desired: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed its focus when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Following her dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of disquieting emails, one stating, "We could be one and the same. At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw obtained a warrant to search Lily's residence, and the discoveries therein transformed the case from perplexing to chilling. One room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were plastered with photographs, numerous images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all captured unbeknownst to her. A wardrobe held exact replicas of Rebecca's attire, while a vanity showcased makeup identical to Rebecca's preferred brands, alongside detailed observations of her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most unsettling were the practice videos Lily recording herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The progression was evident, from clumsy early attempts to near indistinguishable imitations of the genuine Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon witnessing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she intended to erase me." Forensic experts uncovered sophisticated tools for replicating keys and duplicating electronic access cards. Lily meticulously monitored Rebecca's movements, maintaining a detailed calendar predicting her schedule. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her residence contained erratic entries fluctuating between the first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as both me and her in the same passage. The final entry sent a shiver down their spines. "Soon, only one of us shall remain the stronger version." As authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her residence bore signs of a hurried departure, drawers left ajar, technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued, and Rebecca was relocated to a secure, surveilled location for her protection. For 3 weeks, every site associated with her past life was under constant scrutiny. Lily never materialized. The case took a sinister turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed the occurrence. An individual identical to Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid ID card, proceeded to her prior workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained in seclusion at a guarded sanctuary. The truth became evident. Lily had not fled, she had made her move. Assuming Rebecca's identity, she seamlessly stepped into her existence while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved to this day. Lily Winters has never been captured, and Rebecca Thorne chose not to reclaim her former life, establishing a new identity in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw maintains a photograph on her desk portraying two eerily similar women, Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their features, searching for nuances that differentiate one from the other. The most unsettling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not that someone can resemble or sound like you. It is the desire to assume your identity so intensely that they obliterate themselves in the process. Our identity is not merely what we display to the world, it is what we safeguard most vigilantly. And sometimes we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 13. In the stillness of the night, a vacant apartment stood silent, untouched by life for many months. The new occupants, weary from the move, expected only the stale embrace of dust and perhaps a few forsaken remnants of furniture left behind. But as their exploration unfurled, one door resisted their gentle nudges. A closet, its secrets concealed behind a stubborn lock, held a mystery within its confines. The landlord, with a hesitant hand, forced the door ajar, revealing a sight that sent shivers dancing along the spine. The walls of the closet bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged lines of desperation clawed into the wood. And nestled in the corner, like a relic of an eerie past, lay an ancient flip phone, its battery long extinguished, save for a solitary unread message glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, no stranger to the macabre, felt a chill seep into her bones at the sight before her. It wasn't the presence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but rather the silent scream of those savage scratch marks, an ode to someone once trapped within that cramped space, fighting against the confines of their captivity. "We need forensics here, and fetch me the records of the previous tenants," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the haunting etchings on the closet walls. The message on the phone, stark in its simplicity, whispered an ominous truth: "I know what you did." The landlord, a man with anxious eyes and perpetually moist palms, nervously divulged that the former tenant had vanished without a trace, abandoning unpaid rent in their wake. A young woman kept to herself, left abruptly about 6 months past, he murmured, his gaze skirting away from the closet, a place he dared not linger upon. Forensic examination uncovered a chilling revelation: traces of blood embedded within the scratches, most belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a woman of 28 years who had been reported absent from her workplace after inexplicably vanishing. Yet amidst the familiar DNA, 2 samples stirred unease, one unidentifiable, the other belonging to a man declared deceased 2 years prior. "This defies logic," Shaw pondered, her gaze fixed upon the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convict from yesteryears, purportedly deceased in a vehicular mishap, now left his genetic imprint upon the walls of the closet. Emma's abode painted a portrait of interrupted existence, unopened mail, a solitary unwashed mug, a bed meticulously arranged. Her phone records hinted at a narrative of dwindling connections, the regular calls to her sister abruptly ceasing, replaced by a flurry of unknown numbers in the days preceding her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Reed relayed, his voice tinged with intrigue. No name given, just descriptions of intensity and privacy. Surveillance footage captured the silhouette of a man, concealed beneath a baseball cap, trailing Emma into her residence under the cover of night. A breakthrough emerged as forensics unveiled partial fingerprints on the closet's inner doorknob, a match to Derek Mercer. He staged his demise, Shaw concluded, the pieces of the sinister puzzle slotting into place. The enigma deepened as the unknown DNA sample unveiled a connection to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, who had vanished without a trace years prior, her visage hauntingly familiar to those who had glimpsed her near Emma's dwelling. A trail of breadcrumbs led the investigators to a secluded property belonging to Mercer's kin, where a grim discovery awaited them. Behind the imposing doors of a cellar lay Lynette Porter, emaciated and tormented, a living specter of the horrors endured by Emma in her claustrophobic prison. "He made me witness," Lynette murmured, her gaze vacant, recounting the torment inflicted upon her. Journals chronicling Mercer's fixation on dominance, photographs mirroring the likeness of his victims, and damning videos capturing Emma's harrowing confinement painted a portrait of a malevolent architect of suffering. The manhunt for Mercer spanned counties, a shadow of dread trailing his every step. Psychologists delved into the abyss of his psyche, unearthing a darkness that reveled not in death, but in the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. Upon his capture at a bus terminal, Mercer, bearing a guise of normalcy, clutched a ticket to a distant shore, his belongings hinting at sinister intentions. During interrogation, his demeanor remained eerily composed, his words weaving a web of deceit and delusion. The trial unfurled the elaborate tapestry of deceit spun by Mercer, a master manipulator who had orchestrated his disappearance and reign of terror with calculated precision. Emma's remains eluded discovery, her fate sealed within the walls of her prison, her final act a silent plea for justice etched in the glow of a message left behind. A swift verdict sealed Mercer's fate, a life sentence devoid of reprieve. As the judge pronounced the sentence, a faint smile flickered across Mercer's countenance, a flicker of satisfaction known only to the architect of his own malevolence. In a moment of poignant defiance, Lynette Porter faced her tormentor, her voice a beacon of resilience amidst the darkness. "While he rots in his cell, I shall bask in the warmth of the sun," she declared, a testament to the indomitable spirit that endured the crucible of Mercer's cruelty. The echoes of the case reverberated through the department, birthing new protocols for missing persons inquiries, a legacy of vigilance born from the shadows of the past. Detective Shaw, keeper of Emma's silent testament, gazed upon the closet door now mounted in her office, a somber reminder that the most harrowing of tales often whisper not in blood, but in the anguished echoes of those who fought against the darkness to reclaim their light. Story 14. The dusty old box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the attic, a relic of the past left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among the faded Polaroids inside, capturing ordinary moments of joy and togetherness, there was one that stood out to Rebecca. It depicted a family in her very own living room, the familiar furniture and decor unmistakable. But this family was not hers, and in the background stood a shadowy figure, barely visible, watching from the hallway. A chill ran down Rebecca's spine as she examined the eerie photograph, her fingers trembling, causing the edges to quiver. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, the house felt oppressive, suffocating even. Placing the photo on the kitchen counter under the harsh glare of fluorescent light, she couldn't deny the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the image. Seeking answers, Detective Morgan, a weathered investigator with piercing eyes, took an interest in the mysterious photograph, hoping to uncover its secrets. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern of disappearances emerged. Families had come and gone from the house, leaving no trace behind. The Sutherlands, the latest missing family, had resided there for only a year before vanishing into thin air. Forensic analysis of the photo hinted at a sinister presence lurking in the shadows, a tall male figure with an unsettling stillness about him. Each family's fate seemed tied to this enigmatic figure, their lives intertwined in a web of mystery and dread. Delving into the history of the house, Detective Morgan uncovered a dark past. The original architect had vanished, replaced by Samuel Whitfield, a man with a haunting resemblance to the figure in the photograph. Whitfield's own demise in a construction accident raised more questions than answers, leading the investigation to a chilling discovery beneath the basement floor. Beneath layers of concrete, the missing families were found, preserved in a macabre tableau of horror. Alongside their remains were cameras and journals, documenting their lives in meticulous detail. The revelation sent shivers down Rebecca's spine, forcing her to abandon the house under police protection, haunted by the knowledge of what lay hidden within its walls. The mystery only deepened as a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a sinister secret, the stalker's lair, complete with a journal detailing Rebecca's every move. The final entry, ominously recent, hinted at a darker purpose lurking in the shadows. The sense of being watched never left Rebecca, even in the safety of a hotel room. The house, now a crime scene, held its secrets close, its dark history refusing to be fully unveiled. Samuel Whitfield's true fate remained a mystery, his presence a lingering specter in the minds of investigators. The chilling truth that emerged was that the man in the photograph was not the only watcher, and those who sought to uncover the house's dark past found themselves under a malevolent gaze. As night fell over the empty house, whispers of new families and unseen watchers lingered in the air, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, hidden in the shadows of forgotten memories. And as the investigation continued, the truth remained elusive, a ghostly presence haunting those who dared to uncover the mysteries of the house on the hill. Story 15, the gentle current whispered secrets that morning, the water shimmering like a mirror reflecting the sky above. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost lulled to sleep by the tranquil scene. It was then, in the hushed embrace of the river, that he noticed something out of place, a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore, its presence a whisper of mystery in the stillness. At first the fisherman dismissed it as a forgotten relic, perhaps discarded by careless hands. But as he drew closer, a pungent odor tainted the crisp air, an odor that spoke of decay and tragedy. The suitcase, adorned with chains like a prisoner, bore the scars of its time adrift in the water, rust creeping along its edges like a silent specter. When the authorities pried open the case, it revealed not forgotten garments, but a haunting tableau of horror. Within its confines lay a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grasp of the unknown. And nestled at the bottom, a chilling note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence a beacon of calm amidst the grim tableau. The victim, a woman in her prime, now a spectral figure with dark locks and pallid skin marked by the river's touch, lay in silent repose. The meticulous examiner catalogued every detail with reverence, a solemn dance of respect for the departed before the body was tenderly lifted from its watery grave. But what struck Mercer was not the brutality of the act, but the eerie tenderness bestowed upon the victim a cruel juxtaposition of care and violence. The victim, identified as Catherine Walsh, a woman of ambition and solitude, known in the world of real estate for her prowess in selling dreams. As the investigation unfolded, a portrait of Walsh's life emerged, a life meticulously curated, every detail a testament to her pursuit of perfection. Yet beneath the veneer of success lay a darkness, a shadow that lurked in the corners of her immaculate home. In the sanctum of her office, a drawer slightly ajar revealed a leather-bound journal, a silent witness to her fears. The last entry, a cryptic message of impending doom, hinted at a presence unseen but felt a malevolent force that watched from the shadows. Beneath the surface of Walsh's digital life, a tapestry of unsettling clues emerged, messages of obsession, a fixation on perfection that bordered on madness. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, each fragment a shard of a chilling mosaic painted by a meticulous hand. A breakthrough came in the form of a pawnshop owner, a guardian of forgotten treasures who recognized a piece of Walsh's essence, a stolen emerald necklace, a symbol of her grace now tarnished by tragedy. The trail led to Michael Linden, a man of inconspicuous demeanor, a facade that masked a chilling truth. Linden's lair revealed a gallery of horror's photographs of women, each a mirror image of Walsh, captured in moments of vulnerability. And behind a facade of normalcy lay a shrine, a macabre collection of mementos that bore witness to his twisted obsession. In the sterile confines of the interrogation room, Linden's facade crumbled, revealing a mind consumed by delusion. His words, devoid of remorse, painted a portrait of a man driven by a twisted sense of duty, a duty to correct what he saw as imperfections in a world of illusions. The trial brought closure, a semblance of justice for the fallen. But for Mercer, questions lingered like shadows in the night. What drove Linden to his monstrous deeds? What fractured mirror reflected his own distorted image back at him, driving him to seek perfection in the most imperfect of ways? As the river carried its secrets downstream, washing away the remnants of tragedy, Mercer sat in her quiet precinct, haunted by the echoes of a case closed but not forgotten. The chilling notebooks lay on her desk, a reminder that darkness can wear many faces, lurking in the shadows of seemingly ordinary lives, waiting to strike when the mask of perfection slips away. And in the stillness of the night, the river whispered its lullaby, a melody of peace tinged with the knowledge that beneath the calm surface, a world of secrets lay hidden, waiting to be unveiled. Story 16, the wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under Sarah's foot, catching her attention in the quiet of her new home. Intrigued, she knelt down, tracing her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden secret waiting to be uncovered. With delicate precision, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, mysterious space beneath the house. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, shapes began to emerge. A mattress, a chair, and tucked away in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages of her name, written repeatedly in a haunting script. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah, her presence a steady anchor in the unsettling discovery. The fear in Sarah's eyes went beyond mere surprise. It spoke of a violation, an intrusion into her newfound sanctuary. "Don't disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice was calm yet commanding as she switched on her flashlight, casting light into the hidden chamber. The walls were adorned with photographs, capturing moments of Sarah's life unbeknownst to her, a chilling shrine of obsession hidden beneath her very feet. Sarah had purchased the cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly man who passed away leaving no known kin behind. The property had sat vacant for months, its secrets lying dormant until Sarah's arrival. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and potential, omitting any mention of the sinister past lurking beneath the floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. The neighbors spoke of his reclusive nature. The basement was supposed to be sealed off long ago. That's what they told me. The arrival of crime scene investigators echoed through the house, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors as they documented every detail, retrieving the mattress, chair, and notebook from the hidden chamber. Forensic analysis revealed a web of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green, painting a picture of meticulous surveillance spanning years. The realization dawned upon investigators that Walter had been watching Sarah long before she set foot in the cottage. He had woven himself into the fabric of her life, a shadow she never knew existed. The fixation was escalating, the department psychologist explained during a briefing. From fantasy to reality, the hidden room was a stage set for something more sinister. Detective Reed's inquiry led her to a former co-worker of Walter's, who unraveled a thread of unsettling revelations about Walter's obsession with Sarah. A key found in Walter's untouched locker led to a storage unit, a chilling replica of Sarah's past life, meticulously recreated by a man consumed by delusion. A mannequin with Sarah's likeness sat at the desk, a calendar marked with a foreboding date, all pointing towards a twisted fantasy that Walter had harbored until his sudden demise. Walter's troubled past came to light, revealing a history of obsession and delusion that had lain dormant until Sarah unwittingly triggered his fixation. The cold truth unfolded in the form of crime scene photos spread across a table, a stark reminder of how fragile safety can be, how easily one can become a target of unseen dangers. Sarah made the difficult decision to part ways with the house, a sanctuary tainted by Walter's sinister presence. As she stood in the empty living room during the final walkthrough, she pondered the chilling what-ifs that could have unfolded if not for that fateful moment of discovery. The case closed with Walter's death, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a grim testament to the darkness that had lingered beneath the floorboards. Sarah relocated, guarded and vigilant, while Detective Reed kept a watchful eye from afar, a silent guardian against the shadows of the past. The cottage found new owners, unaware of the secrets buried beneath its floors. The hidden chamber was sealed, the echoes of the past silenced. Life moved on, but for those privy to the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor remained a haunting reminder of the dangers that lurk unseen, of the monsters that remain elusive, and the victims who narrowly escape their grasp. Story 17. The old house had sat silent for years, a silent witness to the passage of time. Whispers among the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished, leaving behind an empty space that seemed to echo with her absence. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight: the bedroom door stubbornly locked from within, as if guarding its secrets. With a creak and a groan, they forced it open, unveiling a room frozen in time. The air hung heavy with neglect, the scent of dust mingling with something more elusive. The bed neatly made, the mirror polished to a gleam, and on the desk a solitary candle stood vigil, its wax a ghostly reminder of past flames now extinguished. Amidst this tableau, a notebook lay open, its pages whispering of a story long forgotten. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths, delved into the notebook's depths as forensic experts combed the room for hidden truths. The elegant script within belonged to Elise Winters, a young soul adrift in the mists of time, her words a silent plea from beyond the veil. Elise, aged 26, a shadow in the night, her words etched in ink that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. I know he's watching me tonight, her final entry revealed, a haunting echo of fear and defiance. Detective Morgan closed the book, the weight of Elise's words heavy in the stillness of the room. The landlord lingered in the doorway, a specter of unease clinging to his features. We checked every corner, his voice trembled, a threadbare cloak of reassurance. Elise, a paralegal entwined in the machinations of power and deceit, her disappearance shrouded in shadows of intrigue. The room, a silent witness to her final moments, held no answers, only questions that danced on the edge of perception. The candle's flame flickered, casting shadows that seemed to whisper of hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. Forensic experts like modern-day alchemists unraveled the threads of mystery woven into the room's very fabric. Hidden beneath the surface, a secret lay dormant, waiting to be unearthed. A floorboard loose and forgotten revealed a treasure trove, a key to unlock the past, a gateway to revelations yet unseen. The key led to a vault of secrets, a Pandora's box of deceit and betrayal. Documents whispered of a web of lies spun by those in power, their shadows looming large over Elise's fragile existence. Detective Morgan, a guardian of justice, pieced together the fragments of a shattered truth, each piece a puzzle waiting to be solved. Pharmaceutical scandals, whispers of corruption, a dance of shadows in the corridors of power. Elise's voice, a beacon in the darkness, her words a damning indictment of those who would hide behind veils of deception. The room, a stage for a tragedy played out in whispers and shadows, bore witness to a battle fought in silence. Vincent Harriman, a puppet master of deceit, his hands stained with the blood of the innocent. The hidden passage, a gateway to darkness, a portal to a world where truth and lies danced a deadly waltz. Detective Morgan, a lone figure in the night, followed the trail of breadcrumbs leading to justice. In the end, justice prevailed, a beacon of light piercing the darkness of deceit. Elise's legacy, a testament to courage in the face of overwhelming odds, her voice echoing through the corridors of power. The room, a silent witness to a battle fought and won, stood as a monument to the power of truth in a world shrouded in shadows. The house, a sentinel standing guard over secrets long buried, whispered of a past that refused to be forgotten. Elise's spirit, a gentle presence lingering in the shadows, watched over the room where her story had unfolded. And as night fell, casting its velvet veil over the world, the house stood silent, a sanctuary for dreams and whispers carried on the wind. Story 18. In the quiet of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, catching the attention of the vigilant mother. At first she brushed it off as a mere glitch, a fleeting disturbance in the digital realm. But as the seconds ticked by, the audio crackled with an unsettling static, and a voice, soft as a whispering breeze, slipped through the airwaves, gently urging SHHH, go back to sleep. A chill raced down her spine as her heart quickened its pace. Panic seized her as she dashed towards her son's room, the echo of her own hurried footsteps filling the silent house. The sight that greeted her sent a wave of terror crashing over her, a vacant crib bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window. The room remained undisturbed, the window tightly shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the serene scene was a plush rabbit lying discarded on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her with an eerie intensity. Rebecca's scream pierced the night, tearing through the stillness until her voice grew hoarse and raw. The neighbors, roused by her anguished cries, summoned help, and soon the nursery was filled with the flashing lights of emergency responders. They found her huddled on the floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit to her chest, lost in a world of disbelief and fear. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that no amount of searching could fill. As the investigation unfolded, a shroud of mystery enveloped the disappearance. The house showed no signs of forced entry. The security system stood unwavering in its vigilance. The baby monitor footage, once a source of comfort, now held only cryptic clues, a voice from the shadows, a message from the unknown. Speculation swirled, suspicion lingered. Rebecca found herself cast under the harsh glare of scrutiny. Her history of seeking help for postpartum depression painted her as a fragile figure in the eyes of the law. Her composed demeanor in the face of tragedy raised eyebrows and fueled whispers of doubt. But then a glimmer of hope, a microscopic clue overlooked amidst the chaos. Fibers, foreign and unfamiliar, clung to the nursery windowsill, hinting at a clandestine entry from the outside. The focus shifted, turning towards the shadows that lurked beyond the walls of the once safe home. With each revelation, the darkness deepened. Daniel, the absent husband, returned to a storm of accusations and unanswered questions. His hands bore the marks of a hidden past, his alibis crumbling under the weight of scrutiny. A tale of deceit and betrayal unfurled, casting a shadow over the fractured family. The threads of the investigation wove a tangled web of deception. A second family emerged from the shadows, secrets long buried clawing their way to the surface. The truth, elusive and treacherous, danced just out of reach, taunting those who dared to seek it. And then a breakthrough, a digital breadcrumb leading to a hidden truth. The baby monitor, once a conduit for comfort, now a witness to the darkness that lurked within. The signal, manipulated and distorted, revealed a path to a hidden lair, where a woman named Elaine cradled the missing child, a pawn in a game of twisted desires. The courtroom hushed as the damning evidence unfolded, the truth laid bare in the cold light of justice. Whispers of conspiracy and greed hung heavy in the air, a tale of betrayal etched in every word spoken. Daniel and Elaine, bound by their sins, faced the consequences of their actions. Rebecca, scarred but resolute, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. Samuel, innocent and unaware, grew up shielded from the horrors that once threatened to consume him. And so, the night of the whispered voice faded into memory, a haunting echo of a truth uncovered. The stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the darkness that dwelled within, remained locked away, a reminder of the fragility of innocence in a world where even the most soothing whispers can carry the weight of betrayal. Story 19. The tale began when Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on their journey as the new occupants of a charming Victorian-era home. The house, steeped in history and character, beckoned to them with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings that whispered of bygone days. Little did they know that beneath the surface of peeling wallpaper lay a mystery waiting to unravel. It all started innocently enough, with a water stain in the master bedroom catching Sarah's eye. As they peeled back the layers of wallpaper, a name emerged: Alina Winters, scrawled repeatedly in ink across the wall in a frantic, uneven script. Who was Alina Winters, and why was her name etched so desperately on the walls of their new home? Their curiosity sparked a journey of discovery, leading them down a path intertwined with the past. A search online unveiled a missing persons case from decades ago, featuring a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the previous owner of their house, Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, but the mystery only deepened. As Michael and Sarah delved further into the enigma, they unearthed hidden truths and dark secrets. The revelation of a hidden space beneath the floorboards, containing identification cards bearing different names but the same face, sent shivers down their spines. Margaret Cavendish, their cellar, seemed to be a mirage, disappearing into thin air when authorities tried to track her down. But the most chilling discovery came when DNA analysis linked the mysterious writings on the wall to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had assumed the identity of Alina Winters after her disappearance. Rebecca's fractured mind had woven a complex web of identities, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The investigation took a haunting turn as forensic teams excavated the backyard, uncovering the remains of Alina Winters buried beneath the surface. Rebecca, masquerading as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended, her fractured psyche unraveling to reveal the truth behind the decades-old mystery. The names on the wall, once a cryptic enigma, now stood as a testament to a fractured mind's attempt to hold onto reality amidst a tangled web of deceit and guilt. For Alina's family, justice came belatedly, while Michael and Sarah's dream home transformed into a haunting relic, forever etched in the annals of true crime lore as the house where the walls whispered of murder in the stillness of the night. Story 20. The worn envelope exuded an air of antiquity, its edges tinged with the gentle hue of age, yet the stamp bore the crispness of recent dispatch just a few days prior. With deliberate care, the detective unfurled its contents. Within lay a solitary sheet of paper, its message imprinted in a hurried, jagged script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt clammy to the touch, carrying with it a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was then that the detective's gaze fell upon the reddish smear adorning the lower edge, a telltale sign that this was no ordinary correspondence. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers skimming its surface. The forensic team's findings had confirmed her suspicions the crimson stain was indeed human blood, its DNA a match to an unsolved homicide that had cast a long shadow over the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic tableau of multiple stab wounds etched into her form. Her laptop gone, her notes strewn haphazardly across the floor, hinting at a connection between the attack and the story she had been pursuing. Despite the tireless efforts of countless interviews and exhaustive scrutiny, the case had grown cold, its tendrils of mystery eluding even the most seasoned investigators. And now this enigmatic missive had found its way to the precinct, a simple address gracing its exterior, Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope offered little in the way of clues, mere smudges hinting at a gloved sender. But the postmark, the postmark, a beacon of hope amidst the murky waters of uncertainty. Gathering her team in the dim-lit briefing room, adorned with a tapestry of crime scene snapshots and fruitless leads, Morgan affixed the letter's image at the heart of the board. "This changes everything," she intoned, her words a whisper that danced on the edge of silence. "Our perpetrator shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her stalwart companion in this labyrinthine saga, cast a discerning eye over the letter. "Or perhaps they wish us to believe so," he offered, his voice a mere murmur in the room's stillness. "The blood may be a mere theatric, a ploy to toy with our perceptions." The forensic team, guided by the imprints of a long-forgotten typewriter, embarked on a quest through time, seeking out a relic from an era long past. The search led them to antique shops and collectors, their inquiries a testament to the persistence that fueled their pursuit of truth. As the tendrils of investigation unfurled, they delved into Rebecca's world, a tapestry woven with threads of tenacity and an unyielding dedication to unveiling corruption. Her latest expos had delved into the shadows, enveloping a wealthy family entwined with the tapestries of local politics. The demise of the family patriarch had birthed a tempest of discord, with siblings locked in a bitter dance of accusations and recriminations. Interviews with Rebecca's partner, Michael Barnes, unveiled a shift in demeanor, subtle tremors beneath a veneer of composure. She spoke of a shadow trailing her, he confessed, his words a hesitant admission. I dismissed it as paranoia, a byproduct of her relentless pursuit. I should have heeded her warnings. While the detectives pursued this new light, a second letter materialized, its contents a haunting echo of the first. The same typewriter, the same blood, now carrying a weightier confession. She unearthed truths about the family, about the legacy, about the patriarch's demise. It was never meant to escalate to such depths. The trail led the investigators to the opulent confines of the deceased patriarch's estate, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard, a figure ensconced in a trove of antiquities, including a trove of vintage typewriters. His explanations rang hollow, rehearsed whispers that failed to mask the truth lurking beneath the surface. And it was in the microscopic fibers adorning the envelopes, fibers that bore the imprint of custom, stationery exclusive to the family's youngest scion, Eleanor, that the key to the mystery lay. A warrant unveiled a hidden chamber within Richard's abode, a chamber brimming with relics of obsession newspaper clippings, surveillance snapshots, and a vintage typewriter that mirrored the one used for the letters. The blood analysis, a damning revelation, linked the crimson stains to Rebecca's essence, sealing the fates of those ensnared in the web of deception. But what lurked beneath the surface was a nexus unimagined, a clandestine alliance between Richard and Michael, a pact forged in shadows and sealed in blood. Bank records laid bare a trail of transactions, a damning testament to the depths of duplicity that had festered in the shadows. Michael's confession, a shattered whisper of regret, unveiled a pact gone awry, a bid to silence the truth that spiraled into a maelstrom of violence. And it was Eleanor, harboring a clandestine recording, who cast the final die, her evidence a damning symphony of treachery. As the trial unfurled, Richard clung to a facade of innocence, a tapestry of denial woven with threads of deceit. But the jury, swayed by the weight of evidence, rendered its verdict a verdict that sealed Richard's fate. And as he was led away, the specter of justice looming large, Detective Morgan sought out Rebecca's kin, her gaze a beacon of solace amidst the courtroom's tumult. The blood-stained letters, artifacts of a bygone era of deception, found their resting place in the precinct's evidence vault, a testament to the fragile web of lies that crumbled beneath the weight of truth. The case of Rebecca Warren, a saga etched in the annals of investigative lore, stood as a reminder that even the most meticulously crafted facades crumble in the face of remorse, a silent witness to the dance of shadows that lurk within the human heart. And as the night unfurled its tapestry of dreams, the echoes of justice whispered their lullaby, a soothing balm for the restless soul seeking solace amidst the enigma of the night. Story 21. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious package arrived, nestled within a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Within its confines rested a single brass key, its surface weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah, gazed at the key with a sense of unease, a feeling of familiarity tugging at the corners of her mind. As Sarah attempted the key in the locks of her home, a peculiar sense of foreboding settled over her. Each lock remained unmoved, refusing to yield to the touch of the brass key. It was clear it did not belong to her. Perplexed, she placed the key on the coffee table, and in that moment the silence was shattered by the solemn chime of the old grandfather clock in the hallway, a clock long silenced by the hands of time. Sarah, unnerved by this inexplicable occurrence, sought the guidance of the authorities. What had begun as a mere curiosity soon unfurled into a harrowing tale that would grip the quiet suburban neighborhood in fear and disbelief. The responding officer at first brushed off Sarah's concerns as mere happenstance, a key mistakenly sent, he suggested. But Sarah's intuition whispered of darker truths, a sense of wrongness that refused to be ignored. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, unaware of the Pandora's box he had unwittingly opened. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the hidden depths of seemingly mundane incidents, found himself drawn into the enigma of the brass key. It sat upon his desk, an unassuming object that held within it a web of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life of quiet normalcy, no hint of criminality, no shadow of suspicion. Yet the key's presence defied logic, a puzzle piece out of place in the serene tableau of Sarah's existence. Forensic examinations yielded scant clues, no fingerprints save for Sarah's own, no trace of the sender within the confines of the envelope. The key, a standard Schlage, bore the marks of age and wear, hinting at a history shrouded in mystery. A breakthrough emerged when Detective Harmon delved into the department's database, the key's unique pattern leading him down a path long forgotten. A cold case, its tendrils stretching back 7 years, whispered of blood-stained secrets and unsolved mysteries. The key, a silent witness to unspeakable horrors, unlocked a door to a past best left undisturbed. A storage unit, a trove of darkness, harbored the remnants of lives lost and forgotten. The key's significance, once a riddle, now a chilling revelation. Sarah's world crumbled as the investigation unfurled, shadows of the past looming ever closer. New locks adorned her doors, a security system standing guard against an unseen threat. The question echoed in her mind, why her? Why now? The hunt for the elusive Harold Jenkins intensified, his presence a specter haunting the edges of Sarah's reality. An enigma wrapped in layers of deceit, Jenkins remained a ghostly figure on the periphery of the investigation. The pursuit led to a secluded cabin, a shrine to unspeakable acts concealed beneath its aged timbers. Keys, each bearing a name and a date, whispered of lives extinguished in the darkness. The truth, a chilling tableau of horrors long buried. The manhunt for Jenkins spanned the nation, a race against time to prevent further tragedy. The community shuddered in fear, the name, the Keymaster, a grim reminder of the evil that lurked in their midst. In the heart of the wilderness, a final reckoning awaited. Jenkins, a wraith of malevolence, met his end in a lonely tower, his secrets laid bare in a journal of horrors. The brass key, a symbol of twisted obsession, a key to the darkness within. The echoes of Jenkins' crimes reverberated through the years, a legacy of pain and loss. Families found closure in the wake of his demise, yet the scars of his deeds lingered on, a haunting reminder of the fragility of innocence. Sarah, forever changed by the brush of darkness that had grazed her life, never returned to the sanctuary of her home. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mystery, now stood as a sentinel of dread, its silent chime echoing through the halls. The brass keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, now nestled in an evidence locker, a testament to the lives lost and the darkness that dwells within the hearts of men. And in the stillness of the night, a whisper of memory lingers, a reminder of the thin veil that separates us from the shadows that lurk within. Story 22, The Unseen Observer. She never enjoyed ascending to the attic, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no other option. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the distant corner, an ancient dollhouse sat, its eerie detail captivating. Each minuscule piece of furniture meticulously arranged, as if frozen in time. However, her curiosity turned to unease as she peered inside. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were intricately hand-carved replicas of her family. Each tiny figure placed precisely where they had been seated downstairs, except for one glaring exception. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan tentatively traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, sensing the slight groove where the tiny wooden figure stood. A chill raced through her veins, unrelated to the frigid draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood abode. It was a rented dwelling the family had recently relocated to. The tale commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban abode to find a family in distress, huddled in the living room, adamantly refusing to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their fears as a possible prank or the product of an imaginative family acclimating to a new environment. The meticulous detail was what struck me, Detective Harmon would later muse during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured a unique aspect of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation took a sharp turn when forensic teams unearthed fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. Even more unsettling were the microscopic cameras discreetly embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse itself. Examination of the Morgan family's movements in the days leading up to the discovery revealed a disquieting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not just their locations on that fateful evening, but replicated exact postures from various days prior, hinting that someone had been clandestinely observing them long enough to decipher their routines. We soon realized this was no ordinary stalking case, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom seen in criminal psychology. The probe unveiled a concealed entrance to the basement, discreetly tucked behind a false wall in the pantry. Within, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living quarters, replete with signs that someone had been dwelling there even before the Morgans moved in. Discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the presence of an intruder living beneath the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records divulged that the house had sat unoccupied for nearly a year prior to the family's arrival. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son had managed the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Conversations with neighbors yielded scarce insights. Most had failed to notice anything amiss, save for one elderly lady who sporadically glimpsed lights in the house during its vacancy. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she recounted to investigators. Never once did it occur to me that someone might be residing there without permission. The breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras unveiled that the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Inside, they encountered walls plastered with photographs of the Morgan family and former occupants of the house. Detailed journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with disturbing accuracy. The most harrowing revelation was a workshop housing numerous partly constructed dollhouses, each representing distinct homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records indicated mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property outright, he fashioned the covert living space, remaining there while collecting rent from unknowing tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure symbolized an individual under his watchful eye. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance apparatus. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his rationale. They were residing in my home, slumbering in my parents' bedroom. I needed assurance that they were treating it with reverence. When queried about the positioned figures, he simply remarked, "I desired them to realize that I was ever vigilant." The psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells struggled to cope with the loss of his childhood abode and contrived an elaborate system to retain dominion over it. The dollhouse morphed into his means of asserting authority over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later reflected on the moment that plagued her most, realizing the implications of the dollhouse. Someone had been surveilling us all along, measuring our existence, transforming us into mere playthings. The true terror wasn't the dollhouse itself. It was comprehending that in his eyes, we were merely puppets to be manipulated and observed. Wells faced multiple charges including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge underscored the egregious violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't only invade their domicile, you invaded their sense of security and autonomy. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification. What particularly unsettles criminologists about this case is how long Wells might have persisted unnoticed had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals hinted that he had been covertly residing in homes for almost 2 years, transitioning from one property to the next, crafting dollhouses for each family under his scrutiny. The Morgan family eventually found solace in a new abode far from the haunting memories. However, Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still routinely checks closets and crawl spaces. She rid their new dwelling of all dollhouses and miniatures. "At times, I still sense a lingering gaze upon me," she confessed. "I wonder if somewhere out there, someone is manipulating a miniature version of me within a dollhouse I have yet to uncover." Story 23. In the dimly lit nursery of the Morgan residence, a young woman embarked on a task that would unravel the secrets hidden within the walls. She desired to repaint the room before her baby's arrival, a fresh start in a space tainted by the past. The faded blue walls held stories of yesteryears, whispers of a history long forgotten. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a mysterious message began to emerge from beneath the layer's letters, faint at first, then growing bolder with each stroke of the brush. "Don't let it hear you." Her heart skipped a beat as she took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief. Amongst the fresh paint, tiny handprints appeared, imprinted too high on the wall for any child to have reached. The discovery of these eerie markings marked the beginning of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home at a bargain, unaware of the dark past that lingered within its walls. Detective Sarah Klein, a woman of keen intuition, arrived at the residence, her notebook poised for clues. The pregnant homeowner, her weariness evident in her eyes, recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and handprints. She revealed how the previous owners had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a sense of unease that permeated the neighborhood. Detective Klein, her curiosity piqued, ventured into the historic house, the floorboards creaking beneath her weight. In the nursery, the unfinished wall bore the cryptic message, a stark reminder of the secrets buried within. Next to it, 5 small handprints glistened in the wet paint, a silent testament to a presence unseen. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's troubled past, uncovering a pattern of short-lived occupants and unsettling reports of children's whispers and unseen watchers. Further investigation led Detective Klein to the house's original owner, Alina Blackwood, a woman shrouded in mystery and tragedy. Records revealed a grim history of missing children from the orphanage she once ran on the premises. The detective's pursuit of the truth unearthed a hidden room behind the nursery wall, where children's belongings lay untouched for decades, a poignant reminder of lives lost. As the investigation unfolded, a sinister truth came to light. The children had met a tragic end at the hands of Alina Blackwood, who believed their innocence held a power she sought to possess. The grim discovery of the children's remains beneath the house's foundation marked a somber chapter in the house's dark legacy. Despite the closure brought by the case's resolution, an unsettling presence lingered within the house, a spectral echo of past horrors. The nursery walls, once witness to unspeakable acts, were demolished in an attempt to erase the haunting memories. Yet whispers of lost souls persisted, echoing through the empty corridors. Detective Klein's final report documented the harrowing events, capturing the luminol-lit handprints that bore witness to the tragedy. The house, now condemned and abandoned, stood as a silent sentinel to the horrors that had transpired within its walls. The photographs of glowing handprints served as a chilling reminder that some mysteries defy resolution, their echoes reverberating through time, reaching out to those who dared to listen. Story 24. The old costume shop was in its final days. Everything must go. Among the dusty remnants, a woman discovered a mask on a forgotten shelf. Its delicate features held a lifelike quality that unsettled her. Placing it on the checkout counter, the cashier hesitated, muttering, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she searched for a tag but found none. With a shrug, she decided to take it home. That night, a faint sound stirred her awake, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer resting on her dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. The woman known as Catherine Reed was later found by her concerned neighbor. The front door was slightly ajar, allowing the morning light to spill into the dim interior. Expecting to return a borrowed book, the neighbor stumbled upon a scene that would baffle investigators for years to come. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the mask mysteriously absent. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic clicks of the shutters provided an eerie soundtrack to the somber affair. No signs of forced entry, an officer remarked, jotting down observations. The detective, her gaze sharp, absorbed the room's nuances. A half-open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand, seemingly mundane elements amidst the tragedy of a woman forever stilled. The medical examiner, with a solemn expression, noted, "Initial inspection reveals no apparent cause of death. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle." Gesturing towards Catherine's frozen expression, he added, "Yet terror is etched into her features." The detective knelt closer, murmuring. Something terrified her into stillness. Catherine had led a quiet life as an art appraiser, renowned for her keen eye for authenticity. Colleagues praised her meticulousness, her ability to spot even the subtlest of forgeries. She could detect a fake a mile away, her boss recounted during questioning. The detective pondered whether this gift had unwittingly led to her tragic end. Surveillance footage from the costume shop revealed a puzzling encounter. The cashier's confusion over the mask was evident. He beckoned the owner, who adamantly denied any knowledge of it. Although the audio was indistinct, lip readers later confirmed the owner's words. "We never stocked anything like that." The detective visited the now empty shop, where the owner nervously disclosed, "The mask appeared during our clearance sale. Its origin remains a mystery. It was never part of our inventory." Under further scrutiny, he reluctantly admitted, such occurrences followed acquisitions from a collector's estate sale, a collector whose demise was shrouded in the bizarre. A breakthrough emerged when forensics uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. "She was grasping at something," the lab technician explained, pointing out the peculiar fibers. "Not your typical synthetic material, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance absent from any database." The investigation unveiled a series of similar deaths spanning decades, each victim acquiring an enigmatic mask before meeting their demise, their faces etched in eternal horror. Each case remained a haunting enigma, unsolved and inexplicable. A retired detective once involved in a parallel investigation agreed to share insights. In a dimly lit room, he slid a weathered file across the table, hands trembling. Inside each mask, beneath the lining, we found inscriptions, ancient symbols. A scholar suggested a link to a ritual involving the transference of souls. An unexpected breakthrough surfaced with the discovery of a hidden journal in Catherine's apartment, concealed behind a loose panel. Her final entry detailed sensations of being watched, an unsettling presence lurking within her home. She chronicled her research into the mask's origins following the cashier's peculiar reaction, connecting it to a chain of enigmatic deaths. "The mask moves," her frantic scrawl revealed. "It watches me as I slumber. Inside, I found markings matching those of unsolved cases. The collector perished in the same manner, each mask claiming a life before seeking a new host. The entity, when the mask reaches one who comprehends its true nature, requires a fresh vessel." The detective pieced together the puzzle, the enigmatic fibers, Catherine's investigations, the pattern of deaths mirroring her fate. The medical examiner ultimately attributed her demise to cardiac arrest induced by Sheert. What could evoke such dread to halt a heart in its tracks? The case took a chilling turn when surveillance footage from a nearby residence captured a figure exiting Catherine's abode in the darkness, sporting a familiar mask. The figure moved with Catherine's distinct gait, yet appeared distorted, mechanical, as if mimicking her movements in an ill-fitting guise. Despite an alert for the missing mask, it remained elusive until reports surfaced 6 months later of a peculiar mask surfacing across the country in a vintage emporium. Upon the investigators' arrival, it had already changed hands, the buyer's identity unrecorded. The case lingers unresolved. The detective safeguards Catherine's journal in her desk, a testament to a reality too bizarre for official accounts. Sometimes, in the dead of night, she startles awake, sensing a spectral gaze upon her. She secures her abode, warding off unsettling thoughts of the mask destined to seek out another who perceives its true essence, a vessel awaiting occupancy, perpetuating a centuries-old cycle that endures. The mask bides its time, anticipating its next encounter. And when that moment arrives, another soul will awaken to the subtle stirrings in the shadows, discovering it has inched closer while they slumbered, its vacant eyes fixated upon them, hungering for the essence behind their gaze. Story 25, the hotel appeared worn, a relic of another era where guests passed through quickly, seeking only a night's rest. With a peculiar glance, the clerk handed her the key, his words a cryptic warning lingering in the air. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he murmured, his voice laced with mystery. Intrigue tugged at her, a thread she couldn't resist pulling. That night, navigating the shadowy corridor, she halted before the ominous door. The handle chilled her fingertips, sending a shiver down her spine. To her eyes, it seemed no different from its companions until she leaned in, listening intently. A faint breath, a whisper from the other side, beckoned her curiosity. Detective Morgan Reed, weary but determined, entered the crime scene, stepping beneath the caution tape that barred the way. The scent of iron and decay assaulted her senses, a grim familiarity that set her jaw. Blood had seeped into the floor, staining the carpet in macabre hues. Amidst the chaos, a stark contrast emerged, a pristine bathroom, an untouched bed, and the ghastly tableau in between. A young woman lay sprawled, her golden locks splayed like a crown, eyes fixed on eternity. Reed knelt by the victim, mindful of the evidence markers that punctuated the room like ominous sentinels. Third time this season, the forensic expert stated clinically, capturing the scene with his camera. Same modus operandi. Silent acknowledgement passed between Reed and the technician. The victim adorned in finery, out of place in this forgotten motel, her belongings undisturbed, a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit. The hotel manager lingered, a ghostly presence in the doorway, haunted by the tragedy that had unfolded within his walls. She arrived alone, paid in cash. "I never imagined," his voice faltered, carrying the weight of the unspeakable. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed surveyed the room, searching for answers in the absence of clues. No signs of forced entry, no struggle evident on the victim's form. She had welcomed her demise, or perhaps recognized it all too late. Back at the precinct, Reed organized the evidence, a mosaic of tragedy and unanswered questions. 3 women, resembling each other in haunting ways, found in nondescript motels, a chilling pattern that refused to yield to logic. The media buzzed with speculation, the public hungry for resolution. "The autopsy report is in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No trace of DNA under her nails, no indication of sexual assault." Reed's brow furrowed, intuition whispering of a different motive at play. This was not the work of a predator, but a personal vendetta, a tale of betrayal and consequence. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened, revealing glimpses of a life extinguished too soon. Surveillance footage offered no solace, painting a picture of a victim with no known enemies. Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, meticulously erased from the world. A breakthrough arrived during a conversation with Werner's sister, trembling hands clutching a cup of coffee. She mentioned a man from work, secretive and complicated. "I think he was married." The elusive C cast a shadow over the investigation, leading Reed down a labyrinth of deceit. Interviews with Werner's colleagues unveiled a facade of professionalism, a mask concealing hidden truths. A solitary business card, a clue tucked away in a desk, unraveled the mystery. Charles Emerson, senior vice president, a man of influence and secrets, his presence a specter in Werner's narrative. Confronted with his past, Emerson veiled his guilt behind a veneer of innocence, a facade that crumbled under Reed's scrutiny. Forensic evidence linked Emerson to the crime, a web of deceit slowly unraveling. Hidden in plain sight, a trail of breadcrumbs led to his downfall. The courtroom drama unfolded, families seeking closure as justice danced on a razor's edge. Emerson, devoid of remorse, faced his sentence with stoic resolve, a man unrepentant in the face of his sins. As Reed watched Emerson vanish into the shadows of captivity, a chill crept down her spine. In his gaze, devoid of humanity, she glimpsed a void of darkness that consumed all in its path. The case, dubbed The Door on the Left, captivated minds and haunted dreams. Psychologists probed Emerson's psyche, dissecting the anatomy of a killer. But for Reed, the echoes of that night lingered, a melody of loss and redemption. In the evidence vault, 3 keys lay dormant, relics of a past best left forgotten. Symbols of doors opened, never to be closed again, whispering of secrets buried in the depths of the night. Story 26. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes groaning, floorboards whispering tales of past inhabitants. But the newest tenant, Sarah, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps echoing above her were too purposeful, too precise, yet she resided on the highest floor. One night courage stirred within her and she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased, silence enveloped her. Then a single knock reverberated from inside the ceiling. Sarah kept the knocking incident to herself, attributing it to the building's settling or perhaps a small creature in the attic. Despite the nightly footsteps persisting, she adapted, increasing her TV's volume, donning headphones to bed, anything to drown out the rhythmic footfalls traversing her ceiling in the shadows. Detective Morris was drawn into the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during repairs. Removing a portion of drywall to mend a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered an uncharted passageway. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage unveiled a makeshift living area, discarded wrappers, empty bottles, a tainted blanket, and a worn notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent alerted the authorities. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, arrived to find the worker pale and trembling. Someone dwelt within the walls, he repeated. Someone watched. The notebook chronicled detailed observations of Sarah, her routines, guests, meals, entertainment preferences, bathing times, and sleep patterns. The handwriting, once orderly, descended into chaos, symbols adorning the margins. The subject disregards my signals, the final entry lamented. She defies me. No one defies me. Forensic teams explored the crawlspace, uncovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. They revealed an intricate network of passages interwoven within the building's walls and ceilings, some ancient by structural assessment. Branching into 5 apartments, the passages culminated in observation points, tiny apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor damages solely within Sarah's dwelling. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond typical apartment clamor. Conversely, former tenants shared unsettling encounters. 3 predecessors of Sarah described feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements, prompting one to vacate after a fortnight. Fear of sounding paranoid had stifled their reports. A breakthrough emerged when forensics detected minute blood spatter in a crawlspace. DNA analysis linked the trace to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished 4 years earlier from the unit directly beneath Sarah's. Martin's disappearance, investigated anew, revealed his disputes with a reclusive neighbor named Edward, who had a penchant for solitude and silence. Following their altercation, Martin vanished, and Edward absconded the next month. Edward, it transpired, had a history of residing in top-floor units across various locales, maintaining minimal social ties before vanishing unannounced. A neighbor from Edward's past recalled his intensity and clamors for quietude. Property records led investigators to a rural cabin adorned with incriminating evidence, photos of apartment residents, schematics of ventilation systems, and detailed logs of specimen observations, and habitat preservation. The cabin's centerpiece was a corkboard plastered with missing persons reports, 6 victims hailing from Edward's past residences. Beneath it, the floor bore deep gouges as though a weighty object had been dragged repeatedly. Cadaver dogs unearthed human remains behind the cabin, reinforcing Edward's malevolent deeds. As forensic anthropologists toiled to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's abode. Though the crawl spaces were sealed, residents reported sporadic noises. During security system installations, workers chanced upon a notebook wedged at a hallway juncture. Freshly inscribed, it warned, "They found my old nest, but not my new one," its contents mirroring the initial notebook. The final page featured Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked passage and a date set for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to discover her vanished. Her phone rested on the counter, the TV hummed, and the shower ran. A message etched on the fogged mirror commanded, "Look up." The shower's ceiling panel had been removed. The pursuit of Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a construction expert, endures. Sarah remains absent, her fate intertwined with countless disappearances nationwide. Authorities have alerted apartment managers about concealed spaces and unauthorized modifications. Detective Morris, haunted not by graves or journals but by Sarah's plight, contemplates the unseen, listening for echoes in the night, pondering who else might be listening in return. Story 27. Renovations always have a way of revealing the unexpected. As Sarah and Michael delved into the restoration of their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they anticipated finding relics of the past: old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But nothing could have prepared them for the cryptic discovery hidden beneath the floorboards. Nestled snugly beneath the worn wood lay a letter, its delicate folds whispering secrets of a bygone era. The paper, yellowed with time, bore a message that sent shivers down their spines: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the eerie warning, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, casting an ominous spell over the unsuspecting couple. Seeking answers and solace, Detective Alina Reed stepped into the scene, her presence a beacon of authority in the midst of uncertainty. With the floorboards peeled back to expose the darkness below, Reed's seasoned hands delicately plucked the note from its hiding place, mindful of preserving any potential clues it held. The couple's inadvertent touch had tainted the evidence, a contamination that could not be undone. As Reed delved deeper into the enigma, the tangled threads of the house's history unraveled before her eyes. Once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the dwelling harbored a labyrinth of untold secrets and buried truths. The passing of Margaret Hargrove, the last inhabitant, had cast a shadow of mystery over the property, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions. Forensic analysis painted a portrait of the past, dating the note back 2 decades. The handwriting bore the weight of fear and urgency, hinting at a tale of clandestine dread that had long been concealed within the walls of the house. Reed's investigation led her down a winding path of interviews and archival research, unearthing fragments of a past marked by whispers of a malevolent presence. Franklin Hargrove, once a beloved figure in the community, had harbored a dark secret, a debt owed to a ruthless collector known as Victor Mercer. As Reed pieced together the fragments of the past, a chilling narrative emerged, shedding light on a tragic tale of betrayal and retribution that had lain dormant for years. Margaret's sister, a frail remnant of the past, offered cryptic revelations that pierced through the veil of time. The specter of the collector, with his ominous 3 knocks, haunted Margaret in her final days, driving her to the brink of madness as she grappled with the shadows of her husband's sins. With each revelation, the darkness that cloaked the house grew more palpable, its walls echoing with the silent screams of the past. The excavation of the crawlspace unearthed a grim truth, a skeleton, its fractured skull bearing witness to a violent end that had long been forgotten by the world. Victor Mercer, the elusive collector, had met his demise at the hands of Franklin Hargrove, his body entombed beneath the very foundation he had sought to claim. Justice, though delayed, had finally prevailed, bringing closure to a chapter of darkness that had haunted the house for decades. As the curtains of the past were drawn back, Sarah and Michael made the agonizing decision to part ways with the house, its history too heavy a burden to bear. The once grand estate now stood silent and abandoned, a specter of its former glory, its halls echoing with the whispers of the restless dead. And so the house remained a silent sentinel, its secrets buried deep within its time-worn walls. Local lore whispered of ghostly echoes that reverberated through the empty corridors in the dead of night, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked within. The note, a chilling relic of the past, now resided in the confines of evidence storage, its cryptic message a testament to the enduring mysteries that lingered in the shadows. Detective Reed, in her final report, mused on the enigmatic nature of the case, a reminder that some truths are destined to remain veiled in obscurity, their whispers carried on the winds of time.